Just kick us off when you want to.
What the bloomin' heck happened then? That's a bit weird. Ah.
What's a bit weird?
It's alright, I'll split these up. That makes better sense. What the hell? Okay, that's very weird. Never mind, I just have to make absolutely sure I don't touch that, because otherwise I will fuck the screen up. I thought this would be... It worked easier last time. Why?
We appear to be streaming.
Yeah, okay, so you've got the stream on.
I can see it.
You can see it? Alright, so here we go.
Yep.
I guess.
Yep, we appear to be on.
Alright, well, nobody yet watching. I guess there's just 0 viewers. That's you and me. I don't know why it's 0. It should be at least 2 because you're a viewer and I'm a viewer and I'm using a separate account, so...
Odd.
It's a bit odd. It's a bit odd. Never mind. Alright, so... Vaingate is where we are. And as in relation to our other storyline, we shall call this a sort of a parallel universe, if you like. We could assume that this is after the story finishes with the Valley of Bones, but let's just for now assume that this is just its own little story.
So a bit of a flash forward.
Yeah, it's like a flash forward. It's kind of parallel, and it doesn't really need to be connected to anything much other than itself.
Mm-hmm.
So what you definitely know is that you met before in the past. You did that whole incident with the Tower of Art and the mages of Sidarhael and the Sidarhael Envoy District. And so yeah, that's where you are at the moment. So I'm going to start with Barry because I have something planned for him. But Leith, please think about what you would be doing in the meantime. Like, where are you in the city and what you're doing, and if you can sort of start generating a scene for us to start with your character after I've done with Barry. So, Milford Brixton, you're kind of hanging out the window of a very fancy manor house in the upper districts of Asterion. Below the main gate of Carcanos, in the house of Muldrea. And you can see below you there's a bunch of gardens and what have you, and you can see in the distance some stable hands with some horses, and you're kind of avoiding their line of sight using the plants that are hanging from the top of the manor that you're climbing out the window of. And you are sort of climbing across the side of the building using your climbing claws that you purchased and had made until you get to the next window. I'm going to make you do a athletics check here. So shall I roll that on the screen so the audience can see our dice?
Yeah.
All right. Athletics +3. Oh, very nice. That is a 19. All right. You easily and quickly and nimbly leap across the side using some of the vines to actually swing to the next window, where your informants have told you there is somebody who happens to have a special signet ring that you're very interested in. So you swing up over the windowsill and land in a very nice plush looking room through the curtains. Nobody seems to be around, but the room seems to be full of all sorts of treasures and boxes and things, very beautiful ornaments and such like. There's a set of scales sitting up on a table high up. There's a series of books in various places. Very beautiful blue glass ornaments. And the sun, Solum Pingal, the first sun, is coming through the window behind you, casting amazing shattered light across the back wall of this room.
All right. Okay, do I know where this thing is that I want the signet ring?
Right, well, you believe it's supposed to be hidden in the third drawer of the fourth dresser on the left, coming in from the door from the west wing. Now, you believe this is the west wing, but you can make an investigation check at this point, which I'll roll that for you. Investigation. And it's pretty good. It's a 16. So, yes, indeed, you managed to find the correct dresser. You go down to the third drawer.
Okay,
And
but I check for any kind of traps.
right,
Or anything that might make a noise. You see, it could be a spell that makes a noise, or...
right. Okay, so you want to check for traps, basically. So we're going to make another investigation check at this point. Oh, okay. Well, you don't think it's got any traps on it, but you do hear a sound coming up from the hallway, from the stairs down the hallway outside the room.
Is this one of those discs you can hide under?
Is this a desk you can hide under? Well, I'm going to leave that to fate, and I'm going to roll a d6. And if it's a 4, 5, or 6, it is indeed a desk that you can hide under. Unfortunately, it's a 1. This is not a desk that you can hide under.
Okay, then I'll pull that drawer very carefully, not panic, remain calm, and see if there's a signet ring in there.
Alright, so very slowly you start pulling the drawer out, and you feel it's really tightly stuck, like it's just not really moving. Maybe it's even, could be locked.
Okay, I'll pick it then.
Alright, at the same time you can hear this creaking sound down the hall. Now there is a door between you and the hallway, and you only know there's a hallway there because you've seen the blueprints, if you like, of this castle, of this house. Not blueprint so much as just a hand-drawn sketch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this door... So the door's open? Is it?
The door is currently closed,
Okay.
but you can
As
hear
long
the
as
creaking from
the
outside.
noise is down there, I'm fine. I'll keep trying to do what I'm trying to do.
Alright. So you're trying to pick the lock, right? That's
Yep.
that's what I'm getting. Okay, so... Ooh. You're 14. Alright. You spend a few seconds fumbling with your lock picks, and then you manage to kill it. You choose the right one, you think.
Excuse me, I don't fumble.
You don't fumble?
I finesse them like a woman.
Alright. You finesse your lock picks into
Oh,
the
yes.
into the
I
keyhole.
finesse them.
Alright. And you finally, after a couple of seconds, you expertly raise the correct tumbler, and you hear, and you twist it through, and you hear the sound of the lock opening,
All right.
and then you are able to open the drawer. You
Okay,
look inside.
carefully.
Alright. Now, okay, carefully. Alright, so we're going to make a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Alright, you rolled an 18. So as you open the drawer, you see this flash of light briefly, and you quickly duck down just in case something comes flying out. And as it happens, it was nothing.
Oh.
But when you do go back and have a look, you realize that the light was a reflection of a bunch of jewelry in a box that's kind of somebody hasn't closed the box correctly, and it's still kind of half open at the top. And so you can see
Okay.
some jewelry in there.
Okay.
The box is about yay big.
Okay.
All right.
I'm looking for me target.
All right. So you're going to go through the box. Is that what I'm hearing?
Carefully and quietly.
All right. So we're going to make another investigation check at this point. And you can't find it. You can't find it, but you can hear the sound coming to the door now.
Okay, shut the drawer.
Right.
and get out the window and position myself.
Alright, so you're basically going to make an acrobatics check to get out
Yeah.
the windows and hold yourself outside the window using
Yeah.
the vines and one of your claws.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like that?
yeah.
Alright, so this is acrobatics. So Milford Brixton, half-elf rogue extraordinaire, leans out the window. Acrobatics. Fortunately, he has a +7 to such a roll. Almost rolled a 20, but gets a 14 plus 7 is still a 21. Excellent. You hear the door open, and you hear the sound of footsteps, quiet, not heavy footsteps, but just fairly soft footsteps go into that room. And below you, you can see two soldiers walk out of the door that's sort of somewhere below you. Down a garden path out into the stable area.
Okay.
So you're just holding on?
I'm just holding on.
Alright, I'm going to leave you there for a minute. So Leith, whereabouts are you, my friend?
I'm waiting. I've thought I'm going to actually try and talk to this new friend that I made on our travels, this Milford Brixton. I'm waiting at his usual pub. Want to try and find a quiet corner and just nurse a drink. And yes, I think I'll just be very quiet about it, actually.
All right. So while you're sitting in the corner of the tavern, this is the Broken Oak Tavern, which is the usual tavern that you've connected with Milford in the past. There is a bard playing a lute in the corner, exceptionally well, actually. He's a halfling bard.
Is that the same bard that I saw on the way in?
It might well be. It might well be. His name.
I think it was the halfling bard.
If it's the halfling bard that you saw on the way in, then his name is Roland, and you probably remember that. You may recall that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's playing one of the epics of twaddle.
Ah, yes, he was playing some twaddle music when I was in. This must be the same. Halfling, yes.
Right. So the halfling bard continues playing, and he's singing and sort of banging his foot on the floor rhythmically as he plays his lute, and he sings about the great battle of Twaddle and how the halflings defended the town against a huge horde of goblins and orcs and gnolls that came rampantly raging over the side of the cliffs and mountains down into their valley and almost destroyed the entire place if it were not for the great paladin Pel Lodar, the halfling paladin, who defeated all of them single-handedly with his...
Is this guy, is he any good?
The bard?
Yes.
Is he any good? He is quite good, actually. He seems to be quite good. He's quite charismatic, and he has the audience enraptured with the story.
I will throw him a silver.
Very well. He smiles up at you as you do that, and he nods, and he thanks all of the people that give him coin and such. All right. I will cut back to Barry and come back to you momentarily then. So, Barry, the person disappears from inside the room. You hear the door close again. You climb back in the room?
Climb back in the room.
All right, so you climb back in and you move back to the drawer, I assume.
Yes.
All right. And when you get
This
there...
time I look for secret compartments.
Okay. All right, so we'll do another investigation check. Ooh. Oh, you don't find any secret compartments off the top near at your first pass. You're kind of searching around, pressing into the back of the box.
Let's try underneath the one that had all the rings in it?
Yep.
Underneath that container.
That box. Okay, so you're going to try the box itself. Alrighty. I'm going to make a special check here because I know something. as it happens, that you didn't know, which is that it does indeed have a secret compartment in the base of it. And when it slides open, you find 3 rings there. 3 almost identical rings. And you recognize the primary attribute of these rings is, in fact, your coat of arms.
Ooh. Okay, I'll just borrow them then.
All right.
I'll borrow those and put everything back as it was.
All right.
And basically take the same steps to get out that I used to get in.
All right, very good. So you get back out through the window and you take your same route via China.
Yep.
We'll make a quick stealth check to see that you do, in fact, get out of here without being noticed. And we're going to do that with advantage because you had a good plan. You already know what's there, yeah. If only I could see that second dice because it rolled right where I couldn't see it. That's a pain. Just do it here. Oh. Okay, but it was with advantage. All right, as you're getting to the far gate, you manage to get out through the garden. You're crossing through the garden. Nobody's seen you. You get to the far gate, and you climb over the wall and drop down on the other side, and there's a guard right there. Thump! You just land right in front of him. Natural 1. And he looks at you.
Grab him, put him in the sleeper hold, and hope it works.
Okay, so you're basically just going to grapple him straight off the bat. All right, let's make a grapple check. It's a straight out strength check. Oh, beautiful, natural 20. Okay, you grab him and you just put him to sleep, and he just goes straight down. Perfect.
I put him down gentle and then walk off.
All right, and you have what you came for.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I deserve a drink.
You do deserve a drink. You do deserve a drink. So about 20 minutes later, you wander into Rax Tharsis and you come through the Pax Adrius gate, and then you head down past the Banakayan embassy where the Dwarven district is, and you see the Temple of Moradin on your left. And you travel through Sylvia Shan until you get to Thrasis, and you make your way to the Broken Oak Tavern where you have been staying.
I give a little money at the temple.
Okay. So as you pass...
In memory of a good friend.
In memory of a good friend. Very good. That makes sense. Praise be to Falnan.
Moradin.
Yeah. Moradin.
Yeah.
Okay, so you head into the Broken Oak Tavern, and as you come into the Broken Oak Tavern, you see a few familiar faces. Let's just make a quick perception check while you're here. You see a few familiar faces. The halfling bard Roland is playing, and he's singing about the great battle of Twaddle, which actually, let's just do a quick history check for you here, Milford Brixton, because, you're not sure about the Great Battle of Twaddle. In fact, Steve, can you make a history check for your character too, please?
Sure thing. Do I need to share screen?
No, nothing like that.
No. Okay, history check. It's a 5.
It's a 5. Okay, well, you've never heard of the Battle of Twaddle either, to be honest.
I've heard of Twaddle.
You've heard of Twaddle, yes. Twaddle's not that far away. In fact, You've probably been through Twaddle on the way to Vaingate from Lockhart, where you come from.
Yes, I think I was, yes.
Yeah, so you've been through Twaddle, but you've never heard of the Great Battle of Twaddle. In fact, the way the people are laughing and what have you makes you a little sceptical. But anyway, as you're sitting there, Leith, you see this tall, dark-skinned fellow with very chiseled features and long shoulder-length dreadlocks, and very fine Well, tell me, Barry, what kind of clothes is Milford wearing right now?
He's wearing a greenish shirt with a pair of black pants and a vest. A vest, just a casual vest, not an armoured vest, just a normal, casual, fleecy vest.
Right. So is he, just out of interest, is he wearing armour at the moment at all then?
No. Armour makes too much noise.
Okay. You do have...
The special armour,
Right.
I mean, that job was an easy job.
Right. Okay.
You know, and in his mind.
Fair enough.
That's how it's going to be.
Okay. Well, just for your information, you do have leather armour, and it doesn't give you any disadvantages on stealth.
Yeah.
You can wear that in the future if you need to or you want to, but
No,
just
he
for
didn't want to wear that this time.
for sure.
Because he thought it was going to be a breezy motion thing.
Right. Fair enough. I would just like to say we have 2 viewers according to the statistics on the screen, and if they are in fact real viewers and not bots, which one can hope. Hi and welcome, and thank you for coming and
Welcome.
help us raising money for charity for Koru Care New Zealand and Heart Kids New Zealand through Gaming for Charity.
Yay!
I'm Russell, this is Barry, that's Steve, and this is our role-playing jam session. So yeah. Anyway, we shall continue. And feel free to say hello in the chat if you're there, and stuff. Yeah. Cool bananas. All right. So you've seen Milford come in. Milford, you look around as you come in through the door into the Broken Oak Tavern, and you see a few familiar faces, as I say. You see the halfling bard Roland singing about the great battle of Twaddle, and all of this kind of thing. So yes, have you noticed each other
I'll
as
end
of
up
yet?
from where I am in the corner and like, Mr. Brixton, hello, do you mind come?
He turns around.
Very awkward.
He turns around. He looks at you. He walks over to you. Leith, you don't have to call me Mr. Brixton.
Of course. We've been through a lot, haven't we? Yes.
Yeah.
Have a seat. Would you care for a drink?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all.
Oh, sure. And
Alright.
I'll call someone over. What would you like?
Oh, I'll have a beer.
Lydia, will you get this, please? Serve these gentlemen, will you? Lydia comes over to the table. Hello. Milford, how are you doing, Milford? It's been such a long time. Are you well?
Could I bother you for 2 beers, please?
2 beers, of course. What kind of beer would you like, love?
Lydia, you're looking good.
Well, thank you, Milford Brixton. You make me so shy. You know that.
Here's a gold piece, darling.
Oh my, a gold piece. Thank you so much.
I was going to get that.
It's all right.
2 beers, you say. What kind of beers would you like? We've got a couple of different types of draft. What are you interested in?
You know that mountain stuff?
Oh, yes, I think I know the one you're talking about. The one we had last summer.
Yeah.
That sounds maybe a little strong for me. Just something.
Perhaps you'd like some of our halfling brew.
Yeah.
One of the halfling brews
a
for
bit
you.
later.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Very well then. And she returns back to the bar itself, and you are left alone for a few minutes.
I'll get the next round then.
Okay.
Say hello to Helvavir. Am I saying that right, Helvavir? But anyway, yeah, howdy, and thanks for coming back.
Hi.
Hi there.
This is Steve. He's new for our current stream, obviously, because we're still growing. But yeah, we've been playing for a while off stream. All right. So, sorry to interrupt you guys. Please continue your role play.
Yes, I'll get the next round. Absolutely.
You know, you're looking at me with that look of, I need your help for something.
Well, and he's playing with something in his hand, and kind of looking down at it. Well, I feel like I can trust you.
First rule of everything, lad. Don't trust anybody.
Oh,
Unless you really have to. Now, you really have to trust me here.
well, you've been so kind to me, and I feel that I need to. I have something of a secret that I need to tell someone. It's been weighing on me while we were going through the maze. In fact, it was very much a problem.
Oh, okay then. I'm here. You just tell me what you're thinking.
He brings it right down to a whisper and says, "I've met Emerald Leith, Sidarhael."
Okay,
Did I
so
get that right, Russell?
pretty close. Yeah, Imrel Maith Elazadril. Yeah,
Sidarhael.
yeah. That's
Did you know that name?
a very good shot at it.
Yep.
Cool. So Barry,
He's dead, isn't he?
I've met him just recently.
No, you can't have.
He gave me this, and I put the sending stone on the in the middle of the table.
all right. Barry, you're going to make an Arcana check. I'll give you a roll for that.
Okay.
I know it's not possible to have met him, but I swear to you, I know I've had some strange visions and things like that, but this was as clear as day, and I need to get it off my chest.
Okay.
You
There's
don't.
a place I can take you to where you can get all the help you want, you know. This way now.
All right, Barry, you've no idea what the stone is on the table. Despite actually having seen something similar before, you can't place where it is. You're just a little bit confused by what he's talking about, and it's distracting you.
Just, you know, just take it easy. What's the name of the girl again? The barmaid?
Lydia.
Lydia, darling!
Oh,
Could you get something
Milford.
a little bit weaker for him, please?
A little bit weaker for him? What do you mean that's the weakest thing we've got?
Okay. You better
No,
give it
no,
to him now. He really needs it.
I'll be fine. I'll drink this slow.
This is Lustwell Ale.
Okay.
It's halfling ale from the community of Lustwell. We get it imported especially for those patrons who have very poor constitutions.
It's
Thank
very
you,
good.
Lydia.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
Drink up.
And I'll give her a bit of a look and be like,
yeah, she's all right. Look, make sure she's gone. Okay, now listen. You can't go around saying stuff like that because people will think you're a bit, you know what I mean.
I realize this. I absolutely realize this, and
Yes.
I feel there must be something to this. I was out in the middle of a lake nearby, out in the middle of Lockhart Lake, and an island just appeared, and he was there with his retinue and lots of guards and magic users and all sorts of things, and I wasn't very sneaky like you, so I kind of got found.
Leith, can I get you to make a wisdom saving throw, please?
Yep. That is a 4.
A 4. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, unfortunately, at that point, while you're talking to Milford, you start to feel this intense pressure in your head. It's almost like your vision is beginning to shut down like this, and you can hear this.
Are you all right?
You can hear hooves beating across stone.
You know how I spoke about Tozan? Ah,
Oh, yeah, I know how you spoke
This is-
about Tozan.
this...
Careful who you speak with, Leith. Be careful who you impart
He is my,
information
he is my
to.
friend.
This
I
one?
consider him a friend.
Brixton?
Yes, this one. No, I look straight at Brixton.
Brixton, for a moment you think you see the gleam of yellow in his eyes.
Oh, I've got a friend that does that sometimes.
Leith, you
Hang
feel
on,
yourself
wait a minute.
Leith, you feel yourself pulling back through your mind, away from your senses, as if you're beginning to fall into a tunnel, further away from your eye sockets, as it were. And then you hear a voice
Please.
coming out of your own mouth. From your own mouth, you hear this voice, Leith, that sounds a lot like Tozen's voice in your head. You, Brixton.
Brixton.
But that's not you, is it?
Oh, it is I, Tozen.
I got no problems. I got no problems with you, Mr. Tozan.
Ha ha ha. Mr. Tozen, how quaint you are.
He tells me you're a unicorn, man.
You need to stop speaking in public like this. Perhaps if you intend to impart these secrets, Leith, you might consider finding somewhere.
Whoa, steady it up, Mr. Horseface. Listen to this now.
Beware, they are coming. The Doban Va'ak. They are coming. They know of your blood, Brixton, and they will find you. Enough for now.
So do I find out dude then?
And Leith cover.
You ain't kidding about that dude, are you?
What did he say?
Nothing good, I'll tell you. Now listen, he says that the Tozan brood are coming.
The
And they
Dorban
will find
Va'ak are coming.
The Tozan
No. Tozan is the name of the unicorn, Barry.
The what?
The Dorban Va'ak. Now I'm going to make a history check, and I'll tell
The
you.
Tozan Ba'ak
Close
are
enough.
coming, whoever they are.
Shall I make one as well?
Yeah, make a history check. If there was a politics check, that would be what it was, actually, but there isn't one, so...
I rolled a 21.
Wait, I rolled a religion instead of history. Oops. Here we go, history. Oh, okay, so, yeah, Barry, you've no idea who they are. What did you say, a 21?
Yeah.
21.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know who they are. They're the Black Guard.
The Blackguard are from here?
Nope, the Black
No,
Guard.
the Blackguard.
The Black Guard of the King. Ivran, or Ivran.
Oh, from
From Highbrook, from Lockhart.
yeah.
That I know.
Yeah, Barry, you've met them before.
Yeah. Remember I borrowed something off them.
That's right. It's a...
Well, I'll basically tell Milford that, and I'm sure that'll catch him up pretty quick.
All right.
What do you mean? Oh no, that's not good. That's not good. We've got to get out of here.
What does this mean?
Well, this means I'm in crap up to me eyeballs. If they're coming after me, though I can't think of a reason they would, we should kind of get going.
Have you been to Highbrook? Have you got yourself in trouble there?
Oh, no, not really. It's something I don't like to really talk about. But let's put it this way. If they find me, I'm in trouble. So, thank you very much, but I don't want to get you in trouble. So, I suppose you should stay here where you're nice and safe. And I should go, no, you can't stay here where you're nice and safe. Not if you've seen what you said that you've seen that we're not talking about.
If Tozan has seen you already, he probably knows where you are.
Oh yes, he definitely see me. He definitely see me. And he's very persuasive. So, have you got any idea where we should go?
Well, I have the sending stone from Emerald Lazaradil.
Elazadril.
Elazadril. There we go.
There you go.
Elazadril. I forgot to do my warm-ups before this session.
There you go.
You really got to calm down, young lad. You know that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a stickler for pronunciation, so when I get it wrong, I get quite disappointed in myself.
Oh, don't worry. I always get it wrong, and everybody's disappointed in myself. So, let's...
Well, I'm not disappointed in you.
Oh, good. Should we get out of here before we get in trouble?
Well, where would you suggest?
I think Russell, under this circumstance, he might take him to that place of his.
Right, okay. Right.
And at least they can get moving on that somewhere.
That
Right.
place of his.
Well, you can tell me how that goes.
Okay. I take you...
So you leave the tavern, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely get out of the tavern as fast as we can.
Right. So leaving the tavern, you hit the streets. The time is about 4 in the afternoon. And so the twin suns are casting alternate shadows across the street and sort of giving a kind of a merged light, a sort of mixture of yellow and purplish light happening from 2 different directions, causing this kind of eerie glow in the sky. And Milford leads you down through the plazas towards the Droob and the lower dockyards of Rivertown, out of Raxthasis, and into the center of the Droob, down to the docks. When you get to the docks, he takes you around behind some buildings, and we're going to just do a quick bit of an investigation check here. You might want to do one too.
I rolled a 19.
Very good, Barry. You rolled an 18. Okay, good. All right. So you look around and you realize that there's nobody around at this exact moment, at this exact place and time. And Milford lifts up some canvas from the back of this, from the top of this boat, and he uncovers this barge, which he then proceeds to pull out from a little hidey hole underneath a little dock where it's been hiding, and pull it out onto the water.
Oh, that's a very sneaky spot.
You never saw this, you understand.
I never saw this.
Okay. All right, now don't you, when you get down there, don't you touch anything, you understand? No touching.
Absolutely.
Now, where do you feel we should go to? Because we can go quite a ways in this barge.
Do you? I don't really know. Should we go? What are you thinking bringing me here?
Well, this is the safest place I know. This is the safest place I know with the kind of information your head's gotten it.
This barge?
Yes. Because we can move this barge anyway, see?
In the distance, you hear bells ringing.
Do you think we should maybe go and try to get you out of whatever trouble it is you're in?
My friend, the kind of trouble I'm in, going to where the trouble is would get me in more trouble.
Well, then maybe away from away from such trouble.
Does your little horse friend, like, can you, like, call him up and ask him which way to go?
I, I, I can ask, and I'll turn to my owl who's on my shoulder and say, "Any ideas?"
The owl sort of looks at you for a moment and shuffles around on your shoulder.
Okay, he's thick as two bricks now. Okay, all right. So there's no help there, is what you're telling me.
I'll just put my hand to my head and close my eyes and see if I can will, like, Tozan, any suggestion of Tozan.
You are seeking me again, Leith.
Yes, just wondering where we might go to, or should we try to get away?
I think that you will find there are things here that you need to accomplish.
I see. What? In the town?
In the city of Vaingate, things are afoot.
What's he
Things
saying?
that will involve you.
There's something we need to talk about. Things involving me.
Oh,
I don't
look. Well, if any of
understand.
them
I'll hold
includes...
the stone. I'll just hold the stone up in front of my face. The sending stone.
Okay, both of you roll your perception. Make a wisdom perception check.
Yes, Russell.
Yes, Russell.
That is a 23.
Wow.
Rocking them.
All right. So, Milford, you've got your back to the water at the moment, so you don't notice anything. But, Leith, as you're holding the sending stone up to your face, you look behind Milford and behind the sending stone, and you think you can see a corpse floating on the river.
Is that an unusual sight, or are there usually corpses on this river?
Well, there's not usually corpses on the river. It's not unknown,
Okay.
of course, but it's, it's not something that...
Okay. I'll just tap Milford and be like, there's something, there's a body in the water. It's,
I know this is a body of water. I know that.
No, there's a body in the water.
A body.
Turn around, take a look.
It turns around.
Okay, Milford, you can see there's a
Hey,
corpse
guess what?
floating.
There's a body in the water. Yeah.
I told you.
Okay. I take the badge over to the body, which is in the water.
Is that a particularly unusual sight in this town?
Oh, it's not that unusual.
Okay, Milford.
Except it's unusual here. They normally take them out
Are the
there.
bells...
bells getting any louder?
they're not getting any louder. In fact, after a few minutes, they stop.
I'll hook the body up
Right.
and try and get it on board the boat.
All right.
Then I'll make sure it is a body and not some poor soul that's still alive
All right. You make
and
it...
unconscious. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay, you pull her up onto the barge, and it's this red-headed female corpse, whom you can make a insight check into to see if it's somebody that you know. And
Okay.
it's a natural 20 from Milford Brixton.
That
All
is
right.
a 7.
7. Okay, well that makes sense. Okay, well, Steve, you don't know. Leith doesn't know who this body is, but Milford, you recognise her immediately
I don't
as...
know anybody in this town.
No. Milford, you recognise this person as Chastity Rose. In fact, you know her because she was the girl that Felnan had a crush on at one point.
Oh, poor Chastity. Who did this to you, girl? and I start looking around for what type of weapon might have done it. Has she been stabbed? Has she been choked? Has she been beaten to death? Whatever.
All right. So we'll make
Those things should be obvious.
we'll make a medicine check. She's quite blue and bruised all over, but you don't see any gaping wounds on the outside.
Is her neck broken?
Is her neck broken? It doesn't appear to be broken.
Okay. All right.
Well, poor girl must have drowned.
With a little bit of help, I think, by the looks of it. Is there strangulation marks around her?
Well, the bruising is so intense that it's very difficult to tell.
Okay. Is Mother a bit of a medical person?
Not really. Not a medical person. I mean, she might know something. She might be, but it's
Do I know a medical person?
Do you know a medical person? You know some clerics. You know some clerics of Moradin. You know the Daughters of Twilight.
Okay.
The daughters might be able to help her, or at least determine what's happened.
I don't think they would care that much. I'll search your pockets and stuff.
Her pockets are empty.
Mm-hmm. Is that common for her daily work?
For her pockets to be empty?
She should have coin in there, shouldn't
she? She should have something on her. Yeah. I mean, it seems odd. I mean, it's. Let's just do a quick investigation check here. Oh man, Milford. Oh wait, I'm rolling on the wrong character. Never mind. Investigation. Okay, a 19. That's more like it. Okay, Milford, you check out the body. You look at the various circumstances that surround this person's death and what she has on her and what she doesn't have on her. It seems to you that all of her personal belongings have been taken. You seem to remember she had some sort of a necklace or something last time you saw her. That's gone.
Yeah.
Even her shoes are gone. All she's got left is her dress on.
Okay.
And does she look like she's recently died, or?
You would say within the last 24 hours, maybe.
Okay.
What's the normal practice when you find something like this in the river? You go to the city guard?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take it to the city guard.
Is that wise in the current circumstances?
Well, you said we had something to finish here.
Well, this is true. Yes.
We can't go anywhere until we finish that thing, I bet.
I guess we report this.
All right, best thing to do.
Yes, especially if you know her. Give her a good send-off and all.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, he knows how to get to the city guard quick.
Yep, all right.
Although normally he doesn't want to. Okay.
So you head up to the gate, the guard tower.
Are we just carrying her openly in the street?
No, I'll wrap her in a blanket.
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay.
All right.
Wrap
And
her in a
who's
blanket.
carrying
Sorry,
her?
I should have mentioned that.
Who is carrying her?
I'll carry her.
Okay.
We can both carry her and make it look like we're carrying like a rug or something.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to get you both. One of you gets to roll a deception check, and the other one gets to help. So, who would like to make the deception check, and who would like to do the helping?
Leith, you roll the deception check.
I've got a +4 on deception, so yeah, probably.
Right, that makes good
Go
sense.
on, go for it.
That's a 22.
Hey, 22. All right. All right, very good. So you wrap her up, and it's very well hidden. she's not visible at all. Looks just like
we're not playing Weekend at Chesterdy's. Good, that's good.
Good.
All right, and you head on up to the nearest guard tower. You were in the Droob. You've got two main options. You've got the Cavnarum Gate and the Pax Adrius Gate. Which one would you like?
Who do I know more? Which guard do I know more?
You would say the Cavnarum Gate. Probably you know them a little bit better because that's the gate into Grenaldea where the Daughters of Twilight's temple is.
I'll go
Which
to
you
that
frequent.
gate then.
All right.
We'll go this way.
All right then. So, yeah.
Very good. Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. So you head on over to there. You get to the guard tower, and they see you coming. And it takes them a minute to sort of figure out. You come inside. You enter in, and okay, you're carrying this body over your shoulder, and you basically enter in through this big wide door. There's guards on either side as you step in. And inside you can hear the mumbling of various people talking about, and there were 17 cabbages and they were gone, and I had 14 carrots as well, and he stole those, and this is what's going on in the background. On the other side of the room there's someone's talking about how, and he crashed directly into my carriage, smashing this whole wheel, and I had to go back to visit what's his name, Jakar, in order to get my wheel replaced, and it cost me 25 silver. I feel that he owes me at least 25 silver. So this is all going on while you walk in, and you're carrying this body over your shoulder, which is hidden in these blankets, right?
Yep.
And one of the soldiers looks up at you and just straightens his cap, looks up, his right. What can I do for you? What's this then?
It's a body. We found one.
He looks up at you as recognition begins to dawn on his face. You're Milford Brixton, aren't you?
That's right.
What the bloomin' heck? Milford Brixton just walked in here. And some of the guards sort of stop, and there's various hush kind of falls over the place. What is the notorious Milford Brixton doing at the Cavanarim Guardhouse Gate Tower?
I've got a very dear friend's body here.
Are you come to hand yourself in, Milford Brixton? Says this man.
No, he is not. We found this body.
Who's this then?
On the river.
What's your name?
My name is Leith Mr. Leith, and I can vouch for Mr. Brixton.
Parchment, bring the parchment. We're going to need to start signing some papers. Bring the ink. All right, bring the table. Move it over. We're taking this one here.
Okay.
Right, you two sit down.
Yeah.
Now, start again.
We were on the river.
Yeah.
And we noticed a dead body floating in the river.
You noticed a dead body floating in the river.
We did.
Yes.
And you decided to wrap it up in a cloth, I presume, and you brought it here.
We didn't want to cause any alarm on our way from the river to the guardhouse.
That was very sensible of you. I must commend you both on that.
And besides that, she's a very dear friend.
So you know the victim then, do you? The deceased?
I have seen the deceased before, yes.
And are you quite close with the deceased?
Well, no, I'm not close with her, but I have seen her at her work, you might say. And I'm sure when you see her, you'll know her too. She was quite well known.
All right, then we better take her out the back and unravel her. Can't do this in here, can we, Sarge? No, I think you're right.
She ain't just a package, you know. She's a human being.
That is yet to be determined.
I've determined it.
Whoa,
Is that clear, Mr. Investigator?
Brixton has determined
I've determined it. She is a human being. You're going to treat a body like that, right?
Wow.
Anything that we can do to assist with your investigations, sir, we will gladly help.
We will be more than gladly help.
Yes.
To help.
I want you to get one of the corporals and two of the sergeants, and take one of the guardsmen, and then take these two out the back and just make sure that everything is kosher. All right? Yes, sir. All right, you two, follow me.
We're not under arrest or anything, are we?
Oh no, nothing like that.
Oh, good.
No, not under arrest.
I do know my rights.
He's got rights. Did you hear that? That's very quaint, isn't it? The Vaingate Guard giving out rights to people now.
Okay, so maybe it's not how that works here.
Right, come on through. They take you through to a room, and there's it's a
bloody well should be the way it works.
Private space, and they lay out the body on this slab, and all right, we'll unroll it. You can stand back now, Milford Brixton. And they begin to unroll it.
Mm-hmm.
And first one looks at her, doesn't have nothing sort of dawns on his face at all. The second one doesn't really notice anything either. But finally, the third one, he goes, that's Chastity Rose from the, what's that place called? The Nightingale's Palace. The Nightingale's Palace, that's right.
That's right.
Chastity. Oh dear, how do you think this happened then? You got any plans, any theories?
She's got bruises, so I would say she was beaten.
It looks like she's got a lot of bruises all over her, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's not so good, is it?
No, it's not so good.
Wow.
What happens to her from here?
Is this place where she worked? Is this place where she worked perhaps somewhere near the river?
Oh, well, it was up in Raxtharsis, not too close to the river. Not too close.
Well,
but mind you, probably she moves around a bit, I would say.
That does seem a little out of the ordinary if she's near the river then. Maybe?
Well, given her line of work, you never know, do you?
Oh, well, I wouldn't really know.
Russell.
Yes, sir.
Do I know the madam of the place that she comes from? Works at the brothel?
Give me one moment and I'll answer that question in as much completeness as possible. Because... Yes, you do. You happen to know her. Her name is Sylvia Task.
She's one of Sylvia Task's girls.
Sylvia Task. Oh, yes, we know her.
Oh, I bet you do.
I see. Well...
Should we perhaps go and investigate? Or do you think you have this under control?
He looks at you very sternly for a long moment. Now you're asking the city guard of Vaingate if we have things under control.
Well, you might be understaffed, or I don't know. I'm just trying to be helpful here.
He looks very offended, but the funny thing is the corporal looks over and he goes, "Come on, Sarge. You know he's right. We are understaffed. The war in the West's been taking all of our new recruits. We've got barely anybody on the shift right now. It's basically me, and there's Mick Durham, and there's Cornwall, and there's Ailden, and after that, I think we're done for. By the time midnight comes around, we're going to run out of stuff. It's going to have we're going to have 2 scouts on the wall, and that's it. Don't say that too loudly. The bloody Milford Brixton is here. He'll tell every bloody criminal in the city."
We'd be happy to. I'll make sure that Mr. Brixton keeps it on the low down, but I'm more than happy to. I've read plenty of think I might be able to figure this one out for you.
Well then, if you want to go and talk to Sylvia Task about this, find out who might be on our list of suspects, then perhaps we can do something about it, eh?
Yes,
Do you
Sarge.
think that's a good idea, Milford?
Oh, it's an excellent idea. Sarge.
As you're talking, one of the guards comes into the room. Somebody comes in, and he goes, Sergeant, there's something you should know. What's that? And he goes, you've got to come and see. And he takes him out of the room, and you guys are left in there with Corporal Durran for a minute. Wow, Chastity Rose is dead. Look at that, eh? So who do you think did it then, Milford?
Oh, I don't know. The suspects can be many. But I'll tell you what. You tell the Sarge when he gets back. Any information we'll find out, we'll pass it on to him.
Oh, I don't think he'll be long. He'll be back in a second now.
I'll pull my notebook out and I'll go. I'll take plenty of notes.
Oh, Sarge will appreciate that for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
That's very nice parchment, by the way. Where'd you get that? Very expensive parchment is.
Oh, yes, this is from where I'm from.
Oh, you don't come from around here then. I thought I recognised something in your accent.
You recognised me?
No, well, something in your accent came off as something that I probably should recognise. You know?
Oh, well, I'm from a ways off.
Oh, I see. All right then.
I'm going to try like a deception check just to throw him off.
Okay, so you'd like to try a deception check, all right.
Yep, and it's an 11. I'm not really, yes, from around here.
No. So where are you from then?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, he's from everywhere, you know. He travels.
Yes, I travel a lot.
He hangs out with me quite a bit, you know.
Oh, I see. I see.
And also, where is anybody from, really? I mean, we're
Well,
all just...
I'm from
We're all just people of the
Grenaldea.
world, right?
I suppose so, but you know, my good mum always said I was from Grenaldea through and through, and my dad grew up in the Droob, and he was a dockman, and very good with boats, you know, very good, and well, we came from a long line of fishermen originally down by the coast. From Gwill,
Yes,
in fact.
yes,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah. Anyway, the door opens about
Gwill.
that point. The door opens up, and the sergeant comes back in again. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? Because it turns out that Sylvia Task, about 4 hours ago, sent one of her girls down to one of the stations and put a price out to find the location of Chastity Rose. So, they're already looking for her.
Oh,
Okay.
should we go and let her know?
Probably a
I
good
think
idea
so.
then.
I
Yeah,
think so.
probably
Yes.
should run along then, eh?
Let's go, Milford.
Okay.
Do come back if you
Oh,
find anything.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Sarge, what
Yes.
happens to her body if nobody claims it?
Well, I would say that the lady herself, Sylvia Task, will most likely claim it. If nobody else does, I'll ask her.
Okay.
Why?
All right.
What you got in mind?
I'm certainly going to keep some notes, so we will be back with anything if we have anything to report.
All right then. Don't trust you, Brixton.
I was gonna give you the money to bury her, man.
You're going to give me the money to bury it.
Well, who else can I trust if not you in this city?
Well, you've got a good point there.
I'll give the money to Sylvia, saying she might claim her.
Why are you giving money away anyway? Do you feel guilty about something, Brixton?
No.
He's a he's a very generous man, I find.
What are you
find,
defending
yes.
this known criminal for?
Listen, I knew the girl. She helped a friend of mine once.
She helped a friend of yours, did she? I bet she did help him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, all sorts of ways, no doubt she helped him.
Let's not speak ill of the dead now.
All right, then.
All right? Just let me handle it. You're understaffed and all that, you know.
You make a persuasion check, please. I'll do the roll for you. Oh, that's a natural 1.
Yeah, I knew you'd say something like that.
You know, Milford, not sure I can trust you.
Thank you.
Would you
later then.
Would you trust my word?
What do we have to go on with you then, son?
Well, that's a good question. I am of I am of quite noble lineage, of a
right.
of a long-standing elven family.
And you have proof of this, I assume?
Mistralads.
You do have some proof of all this, don't you? He calls out to some of his soldiers who come in to the room in the back behind you guys.
Milford, do we run?
No, we don't run.
Oh,
Listen,
okay.
listen here.
I actually don't have any.
You don't have any
I
proof
think-
of this.
Well,
All right.
no.
So then, basically, the situation is this. You two are now under arrest.
Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, but you are. And you,
what
Because you've
grounds,
got
sir?
no proof.
I don't need proof. This is not the... I don't know who you think you were talking to,
You
but you're...
listen right here, you...
You
I'm not fit
are
to
under
help
arrest,
you.
and unless you can
Don't
bail,
you
the
argue
price
with
of
me.
bail will be 150 gold pieces. At that price, I will let you free now, but I will keep your gold until such time as this investigation closes. You are not excused. You are under arrest. Now, spit up the 150
We are
gold.
offering to help you.
You will help us, indeed. But right now, I've got more reason to suspect you than to trust you. And I don't want you disappearing
I'm
on
ready to
me.
be the killer and bring the body to you. Do I look that stupid and don't answer
You know
that
what,
quickly?
Milford Brixton, I've seen all manner of strange and weird things in my lifetime. I've seen all manner of depravity. It would not surprise me in the least if somebody of
Well,
your
I've seen your
stature
wife
and
too.
cunning...
Sir,
You're not helping
sir,
your cause,
sir,
Brixton.
if we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt by going and investigating this murder or whatever it may be, this
Yes?
malfeasance,
Yes?
if we can prove that we are both innocent, you will let us go, yes?
Oh, if you can prove that you're innocent, I will certainly let you go. And I will give you an apology.
Well,
That's
then
the
we
way
have
to
offered.
go.
We
But
have
first-
offered to assist you.
That's all very
To
nice and
investigate
well,
this case.
Mr. What did you say your name was again?
My name is Leith.
Leith.
Leith Mistralath.
Leith Mistralath. Well, Mr. Leith, the problem is that this acquaintance of yours here is a known malfeasant and has committed a list
Oh,
of
that's a big
crimes
word for you at the
as
start of
long
the
as his arm. You, Milford, are not helping your cause. If I were you, I would shut my big cake hole.
I have been with Mr. Brixton
Listen,
for the past
I don't
2
care
hours.
who or what you've done for the last 2 hours. A pair of you are top of my suspect list right now. And unless you spit out 150 gold right now, you're staying here with me the night.
How much have we
Guards, take him.
I've got 11 gold.
got? Okay.
So Barry, Milford, you do have 100. You've got about 240 gold. Do you remember that large pile of electrum you guys collected from near the Goblin Guard Tower, and you've got a fair proportion of that hidden on your person in various places.
Okay. I'll give you the money now.
Right.
All right.
This
Will that
is
make you happy?
extortion.
You will get
This
your
is
gold back.
extortion.
You will get it back once you've proven your innocence.
And you'll pay us more money if we catch the killer, won't you?
If you catch the killer, Milford Brixton, I will double that price and pay you that. How about that?
All right. Here's the gold then.
That's
We're going to
not all
find
the
that
gold.
killer,
Where's the rest?
Leith is lost for words and just like storms out.
Look, you've upset my friend.
All right. They let you out.
Be ashamed of yourself.
Now get out of here. Go and catch the killer then. Pair of
When you reach Leith outside, he's standing by the door, just mumbling to himself, questioning my trustworthiness. Will he?
Leith, oh buddy, Leith, you got to learn to calm down and be cool, especially with a moral.
I will not have the veracity of my word questioned. I pride myself on my honesty.
I'm sure you do, but at the moment, we've got to go and see a woman about her body.
Yes, we do.
What was her name again?
Her name, the lady that you need to
No,
see.
I'm asking him.
Oh,
What was her name again?
Sylvia Task?
Oh yes, because it's Sylvia. Yeah,
Yes.
Sylvia, that's right. I should know these things.
And Leith just stomps off in just the general direction that
Leave! Wrong way, it's that way.
Oh, yes. Lead on.
Okay, we go.
that was great, you guys. I loved that. I think we should both have some inspiration.
Oh.
I'll make sure we're not getting followed as well.
All right. So you're making sure you're not being followed. So we'll do.
You know, instead of saying going by China,
Yeah.
because it's not right for this situation,
That's true.
we'll say going by Dagiel.
Okay, that's a cool way of putting it. All right.
What?
Dagiel is one of the cities on the far side of the world,
Oh, okay.
and we have this thing in our many vampire games usually where if Barry says I go there via China, he means taking the long route.
Taking the longest way.
In order to, throw off the pursuers if there are any. So in this case, going via Dagiel is the new metaphor. Okay, you're making a perception check, Barry, because... oh wait, that's Leith, not Barry. Perception. You can make a perception check too, though, Leith.
Leith says, I've heard of Dagiel, but I've never been there.
I've not been there either, but I understand it's nothing much to laugh at.
The perception check was a 22.
Wow, you get some bloody high numbers. What are you rolling over there?
I'm just rolling D&D Beyond. I'm happy to share screen, as always.
Right. That's awesome, though. You're getting great numbers. I guess that sucks, though, because you're going to have used them all up for when it counts. Nah. All right, so perception check for Barry, unfortunately, was very pitiful. I'm not sure why. Barry, perhaps you can fill us in as to why your perception check was just so downright crap. It was a 3.
Because you're doing throwing?
There is that. That is definitely a part of the process.
Yes.
Greetings, new viewer, whomever you are. Welcome to Sidarhael, and meet Barry and Steve, and we are jamming. Yeah. So, okay, so why did you fail your perception check there, Milford Brixton?
Actually, because I'm I know these people. I've been with these people. I've seen them at work, and she's no exception. And to die like that, even for her in her profession, it's kind of upsetting.
Okay.
Because she was a sweet kid.
Right.
She was a sweet kid, wouldn't hurt anybody. She only does her job. And when I find the idiot, I'm going to kill him.
Right, fair enough. All All right, so you get to the Nightingale's Palace, which is in a place called Sylvia Shan, next to Thrasis, which is the suburb that has the Broken Oak Tavern. So it's about a mile away from the Broken Oak Tavern, and it's kind of wedged between there and the Banakayan Embassy, where the Dwarven district is, and the Temple of Moradin. Sort of explains why your good friend Falnon was so enamored. He probably bumped into her a few times, possibly when you weren't around. So, you get to the alleyway that leads down to the Nightingale's Palace, and you find yourself at the door, and there's this buxom lass outside, in very tight corset and gown, and she's twiddling her hair, and she looks up at you. "Hello, lads. Can I help you?"
Hello, miss.
Hello.
I'm wondering if we could speak to Miss Task.
Oh, you want to speak with Miss Task?
Miss-
She's
Mrs.
very busy right now, but I'm not busy. I've got all night.
No, darling, we don't want to see her in that way.
You sure you don't want to spend a
Yes.
little time with me before you go inside? I'm very affordable.
Get your little self up
Got
upstairs.
lots of time. You're Milford Brixton, aren't you?
That's right.
I've seen you round these parts before.
I've got some bad news for you, boss.
Who's this lovely boy you've got with you today?
Oh, we'll talk about his needs
He's
later.
gorgeous, isn't he? What a
Okay.
darling.
So if I give you, like,
You look like you might have elven blood in you.
Oh, yes, I'm half elven, in fact.
I haven't got any elf in me, but you know what? I wouldn't mind some.
Leith blushes like uncontrollably. He goes sort of a lighter shade of blue,
oh god, no.
a deeper shade of like almost purple, actually.
Why do you do this to me, Russell? Why? Okay,
So you want to
Alright.
see the madam, do you?
this way. I go past her. Come on, Romeo.
Up the stairs.
Yes. Lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too. She smacks you on the ass as you go up the stairs. All right, you go inside and you go up into the brothel, and you find yourself in a large.
What was the girl's name?
The original girl, the dead girl.
Yeah.
The dead girl's name is Chastity Rose.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course, that being based on her chasteness.
That's possibly not her real name.
Possibly not her real name. That's quite possible that it is in fact not her real name at all.
Do I know her officers?
Yeah, you go upstairs and you find basically that as you get to the top, there's a fat halfling of indeterminate gender sitting behind a desk with a large mug of ale as you come in, and the desk is behind a caged window. And then there's a door, a locked, big, thick, heavy wooden door next to that. "Hello! Looking for a night in a tavern, are you? Chastity!" And this halfling looks over at you, and you notice that one eye is a bit shifty and the other one's kind of somewhat steady. "You're looking for Chastity? What? Chastity?
It's a matter of business.
Oh, no one's seen Chastity for a couple of days
No,
now.
not Chastity.
Who are you looking for?"
We need the boss.
We're looking for Mrs. Trask.
Oh, well, she's quite busy right now. Can I tell her
It's
who's...
about Chastity.
It's about
quite
Chastity. Right, 1 minute. She jumps off her seat and goes outside, and you hear that she shuts another door behind her, and then the big door that's next to you unbolts and swings open, and ushers you in. And there's this lounge full of sort of soft furniture and rugs and furs, and there's a big flagon of wine on the table, and there's some half of a feast that's been laid out that's been mostly devoured at this point in the day. And you see a lady over in the corner sweeping the floor, and she looks up and she clicks her fingers and sends the sweeper out. And as she leaves, the halfling calls out the name Sylvia Task, Sylvia, and the sweeper leaves and comes back a moment later with this sort of somewhat shorter, chubby lady with hair woven up in two big, heavy buns on her head, and a bit of a headdress and tight corset, and you know the look. She comes in. Hello. You know about chastity, do you?
Yes, Sylvia.
Yes, could we speak to you in private, please?
She clicks her fingers, and the various people that are floating around disappear. They're all cleaning at the moment. There don't seem to be any patrons in here at all.
My name's Milford Brixton, and this is my friend Leith.
How do you do?
Yes?
We had the misfortune this evening of finding Chastity.
Yes. Where was she?
She was floating face down in the river.
Oh,
Dead.
good Lord. In the name of the Seldarine, that's just what I was afraid of. Just what I was afraid of. Oh, Moradin's beard.
We've taken her body to the guard, the city guard.
What happened to her?
We've been asked to conduct investigations into what may have happened.
So, how did she die?
Well, we're a little bit stumped about that, but she was covered in bruises.
Oh dear, that's... You have to excuse me for a minute. And she turns away, and she actually leaves the room and leaves you guys there for a couple of minutes.
I'll look to Milford and be like...
A couple of minutes later, unless you want to have a conversation.
No, his thing was enough.
All right, she comes back in again, and she's got a handkerchief, and she's wiped her face, and you see her makeup's a bit blotchy now. I'm sorry, she says. Perhaps you'll forgive me. Obviously, this has come as a bit of a shock to me.
I'm so sorry that we bring you such bad news this evening. But I think it best that we get to the bottom of this as soon as we possibly can.
Yes. So I suppose you're looking for news of, I don't know, what can I help you with immediately?
Well, when we found her body, she appeared to be stripped of pretty much everything except her dress. She had no money. She had no jewellery on or anything like that. I was wondering if we could perhaps see her room.
Oh, yes, you can see her room all right. And Molly, and Molly comes out, and yes, madam. Will you take these lads up to see Chastity's room? Will you? Is Chastity all right? Did they find her? Yes, I'm afraid they did, Molly. They did find her. She has apparently gone the way of the wayward. She says, her voice breaking.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
Oh, us too. And as you go up the stairs with Molly, Molly says, "Yes, I'm sure that Sylvia is very sorry for her loss." You get to the top of the stairs.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing really. Just that Chastity's one of her best earners, I think. She unlocks the door.
Do you think there may be foul play involved, if that's the case?
Well, how did she go? Do you know?
We're not sure. We're trying to establish what happened.
I see.
But she was covered in bruises.
Covered in bruises, eh? That's not surprising. She's been in with a bit of a rough lot lately.
I see. Anyone in particular who you think might be...
Oh, a couple of noble gents been down here of late dealing with chastity. They liked her quite a lot. She went up to, what's that place called? Up in Asterion a few times. And, you know, those fancy high lords. You know how they are.
What was the place you said? Asterion?
Yeah, Asterion, you know.
Okay.
I don't know if it was primarily there. It might have been behind, you know, somewhere up in Karkanos, though. I'm sure of it.
Karkanos. Yes. You're taking notes all the while.
One of the other girls pops her head out. She says, you just won't excuse me, I've been listening in, but I don't think it was Asterion. I think it was Isbit that she was at. It wasn't Isbit. Why would it be Isbit? Well, she says, I happen to know that Fahar comes from Isbit. That's the place that he lives. And I saw her with him just the other night, and his cronies, those soldiers and like that he likes to waltz about with. Oh yeah.
Ah,
I see.
Lord Farr.
Yeah, Lord Fahar.
I'll turn to the first girl and say that you mentioned some nobles. Are there any particular names that you suspect?
Well, one of the girls says, well, she looks at you, Milford.
She just mentioned Lord Farr.
Lord Farr.
Oh, Lord Farr. There's a song going on around about him of late.
Oh yeah, you don't mean that one about the feckless, that one?
Yeah, Farr the Feckless. Quite funny, quite hilarious. Now tell me, has she got how do you say, a list of gentlemen that she might keep?
Well, yes. Let me see now. Susie, do you have the notes on that? Susie goes down to the other room and she comes back. She says, "Well, I've got a couple of notes." Now, at this point, you find yourself. Sorry, what? What's that, Leith?
While they're discussing that, I'm gonna have a look around the girls' room.
I was going to say, you find yourself in the room, yeah. Okay. Yeah. In the room, you find all the things that you would typically expect to find. Let's make an investigation check. Barry, I'm going to assume you would want to make an investigation check too.
Yes, I'm going to check stuff like the mattress, everywhere you'd hide stuff.
Okay.
That is an unnatural 20.
An unnatural 20?
Yes.
It is unnatural. All right.
Now, I'd like to get a natural 20 if we could manage it, please, Russell.
Right.
Thank
Unfortunately, you got a natural 2. So
what?
Almost. If I was just to add the value of the amount that I pay you every week.
You're not rolling anymore.
If I was to add your salary to that natural 2, there would be a 2 and a 0. And that would be a natural 20. See?
That would be a natural 20.
Right.
Okay, so I don't find anything.
You don't find anything. I'm just imagining this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Milford, but I sort of have this idea in my head of you kind of walking around the room puncturing things with your knife and looking inside mattresses and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Sticking your fingers in places where you think you would probably hide something.
Yeah, where a crook would hide something.
Right, and you're not finding anything. You're just finding like what you expect should be there, in fact.
All right, now I'll look where a woman would.
All right, well, meanwhile, Leith, you rolled a unnatural 20. Whereabouts are you looking, Leith?
Just generally around the room, like drawing a picture of the layout, getting an exact feel of what is where she would put particular things, and seeing if there's anything like out of place, like a dusty picture frame out of whack or something like that, or anything at all.
Okay. Incidentally, your owl is outside flying at this point.
Sorry, my connection's a little unstable.
Did you hear what I said?
Right.
About the owl?
That my owl was outside?
Yeah, your owl is outside flying about at this point.
Has he
This was before you came into
just
the
like to come inside?
yeah before you came into the building. The owl did that. He's not very welcome in every establishment, you see. So that's why I thought I'd just mention that now.
Yep.
Okay. So what you find is there's a vase, and when you lift the vase, you hear it rattle, which also immediately gets Milford's attention.
Oh, I'll just turn it upend it on the dresser and see what comes out.
Okay, what you find comes out of it are a number of gold coins, specially minted gold coins. They are called Ghent marks, and they are worth quite a lot of money and tend to only be circulated amongst the nobility in Vaingate.
I'll hold one up to Milford and say, where might these have come from?
They're Ghent marks. You don't get many of those around unless nobility. Yep, definitely nobility.
Would this be directly linked to a noble, or would it be one of their lackeys?
No. It mostly be a noble. If a lackey has something, they pay him something cheaper. But,
see.
Wow. That means she must have been, well, good. But if she had those, what was she doing here?
You can hear someone.
Why did they go to all that effort to dump her in the river as well?
Yeah.
You hear someone coming up the steps to the room.
Okay.
Sounds like one of the girls. She comes in. She goes, "Well, I have a list of names if you want him."
Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
All right. Just hold on a minute. I've got there's what we've got here. There's a Jasper.
How many nobles are on the list?
Oh, I don't know, sir. I'll have to give you the names first, and we can count them together. How about that?
All right.
If you could, yes, I'll take note.
So I've got a Jasper, and I've got a Seth.
A Jasper and a Seth.
Yeah, and we've got an Isobtur.
Is that one word or two?
There's two words. Tur, I think, is the last name. But
Isobtur.
I'm not sure that's his real name, to be honest with you, though, my lord. We've got a what have we got? I can't read this one. It's a Hazeldrill.
Hazeldrill now.
Hazeldrill didn't give a last name. Maybe that is his last name. I don't know. We've got an Ivilian. Ivilian, I think, is the name here, sir.
Yeah.
And I think that Ivilian and Sidarhael, I think, is the name of those. Might have been elves, those two. Not totally sure about it. I think they came together.
Oh.
Who did they now?
Then we've got a Colville.
Colville?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And who else have we got here? I'm just trying to see the ones that have been into this room in particular and come to see Chastity, you see. Those are the ones from the last week or so. Anything beyond that, you see, I do have to try and maintain some level of privacy for these clients, because I can't have just go around giving out all their names, you see. So,
I absolutely understand. Yes, we will try to be as diplomatic as possible about this.
of course, I hope so.
When was Hazeldrill last here?
Hazeldrill, oh, the night before last, sir?
Do you know him?
Yes, I know Hazeldrill. Yeah, we may have bit off more than we can chew.
What area of town are most of these gentlemen from? Do you know?
Hazeldrill comes from the more, not quite affluent, but almost affluent.
Oh,
It's like you're almost there, but you're not quite. You know what I mean?
Well, there was a suspicion that they came from either Eterion or Isbot, so I'm just thinking maybe we should go to one of those areas, and maybe it should be one of the most populated with suspects.
Well, let's go and see Hazeldrill first. And see what he's got to say.
See, Hazeldrill?
Yes.
Yes, well, you seem to know him, so...
this other girl, Molly comes running back, and you saw Molly earlier, and she goes, and don't forget to tell them. Not the girl at the door, but one of the other girls that you saw earlier. And she says, don't forget Shad was there as well. Shad came in. I don't think we wrote his name down because of the whole thing with the party. Do you remember the party we had? Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
Shad.
Oh, Shadwick.
Shadwick.
Yeah, Shadwick. We don't know his last name, to be honest with you. We just know him as Shadwick.
Okay.
We just call him Shad.
It seems you don't know, that most of them are on a first name basis.
That's basically how it works. You see, because nobody wants to go around giving out their last names, because especially when they're
quite fair enough. Yes.
In fact, we don't know your names either. I mean, I know Milford Brixton.
Well, my name is Leith.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Leith.
Nice to meet you, Molly.
And you're going to be helping protect the ladies here, I take it.
Well, I hope that we can get to the bottom of whatever's occurred here.
I do hope you do get to the bottom of whatever has occurred here.
Now listen, you keep away from him now.
What? Milford, you wouldn't cast aspersions upon my person, would you?
He's not ready for you. You'll frighten the poor little beggar. Now,
oh, come on.
Thank you, Milford. I can handle myself.
Oh, that's what the last guy said I knew, and he got eaten by a worm. I can handle myself, and then a worm came along and he just went like that. Now,
there was
right.
some.
We'll go and see Hazeldrill.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So you.
All right. If you feel that best, yes.
Has she got any pictures on her bedroom wall?
No.
No?
No.
What about anything behind her mirror?
The mirror is a piece of steel. Bear in mind, this is a feudal medieval setting. It's not like...
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
women hide things in the strangest places.
Oh, I'm not denying that. The point being, if everyone hides things in the strangest places.
I don't.
You don't have anything to hide, though, Barry. That's why, because you are pure and innocent.
I hide everything in plain sight.
Exactly, me too. Exactly.
I don't trust you fellas anymore. I don't want to find.
Yeah, what is on the wall? The walls, first of all, the walls are not like not all that decorative. They're quite plain. There is a couple of holy symbols to some of the more common gods on the walls. There's a bowl of fruit, and the fruit looks like it's going off.
Okay.
There's a plate of food. That's definitely gone off.
So she hasn't been here for quite a while, by the looks of it.
Probably 2 days.
2 days?
Milford, you did mention that she normally wore some sort of a chain, some sort of a necklace?
Yes.
The
And
necklace.
that wasn't on her.
Yeah, no necklace here either.
Well, you know, and I'm speaking from Milford's point of view. You know, I've often found when I was young, when there was killings, the people that often did the killings kept things from the person they killed.
Yes.
So, if we're lucky, this might be the case. If we find the necklace, we might find the killer. Is there a
That's one possible theory.
Yeah.
Also, she may have lost it in the altercation, or it may have fallen to the bottom of the river.
It may have. But the other thing is, are there any, what do they call them? You know, where you take your, and Milford's saying this, you know, where you take your, you take them to a person, he gives you money for the stuff, but he can hold it for you
Like
as
a
well.
pawnbroker.
Pawnbroker. Anything like pawnbroker here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have got that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I couldn't get that. Thank you very much. Okay, do you want to go? Who do you want to go to first?
And yes, there are some pawnbrokers, Milford, down. You know well. There's pawnbrokers down in Rivertown at the Market Crossing.
Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll go. You want to go and see Hazeldrill? You know.
I think seeing Hazeldrill would be a good first port of call because you know him, and he seems to be. We can just knock people off. Pardon the expression. Remove people from our list of possible suspects.
That doesn't sound too good either, but never mind. Okay.
Well, there's no real polite way of saying that properly. I guess so.
We can
let's
tick
just
them
move
off
on.
our list, is what you're saying.
Pick them off our list. Yes.
Yes.
That's probably just as bad, but you know where Hazeldrill lives, or is there a bar that he frequents?
Just follow me.
All right.
All right, so you guys leave the brothel. You leave the Nightingale's palace.
You
take the route via Dagdagiel through the back of Sylvia Shan. You.
Mind you, I think I should get Leith to do it because Leith does it much better than I do.
Oh yes.
So
make sure we're not being followed.
Make sure we're not being followed. What check is that?
Well, you can make an investigation check to see if you.
Is it a stealth or investigation?
Or a perception check, whichever's highest for you. I think is fair.
Perception's definitely highest.
All right.
12.
12. So your luck is running out now, Leith. All right, and I'll make a check for you as well, Milford.
Here we go.
A 7.
God, that's it. You're not doing it.
All right, Leith. You don't believe you're being followed. And Milford, you don't believe you're being followed either.
Okay.
And Leith, Milford is leading you through some pretty janky kind of alleys, and you're pretty sure this is going to come to a dead end, but then he's like, you just climb over this one thing, and then you're in another alley that leads you out to a street. And then you find yourself in a marketplace down at Market Crossing, and then you cross the Droob and you get to a bridge, and he takes you to a main gate into Asterion, the Asterion Gate. You can see the name of it above it's the gate itself. There's a couple of guards there, and as usual, they're standing there. State your business. Here to pay homage to the great lords of the Barakyle envoy, and I've come to see my family. And then the next person comes up, and they blah blah blah. And if you make a perception check at this point, I'd be interested to see what you were to get. roll a perception for Milford.
15.
13. All right, Milford, you don't have anything to perceive because you know everything that goes on here.
Okay.
There's just routine for you, but for Leith, you discover that these guards are terribly corrupt, and that they're basically just shaking everybody that comes through here down. Every single person that comes through these gates, they basically hold them up for as long as they can until they start offering them money. At which point they're just like, okay, through you go. So they get up to Milford. Which one of you?
I'll whisper to Milford just before we get to the guards and say, should we announce that we're on city business, or should we pay them off?
Knowing these two, they probably know it already.
What?
News gets around here fast, my friend.
Oh, so say we're on city business.
Yes.
Good on, yes. And I'll walk forward and say, we are on city business.
You're on city business.
Yes.
And upon whose authority would that be, sir?
Turn to Milford and say, what was the name of the man at the guard tower?
God, I forgot myself. Sorry. What's his name? The guy we're going to see? What's the name of the guy we're going to see?
Hazeldrill.
I've got business with Hazeldrill.
You've got business with who?
Hazeldrill.
Don't know Hazeldrill.
Just as well you don't.
Is that
because
so?
He wouldn't like me to get held up, you know.
Is that so? Would you like to make a
So will this gold piece help you?
All right, we'll make a persuasion check. And it's a 10. Plus 1 is 11. He looks at it and he pockets it. And he goes, so, official business, you say? And he looks over at Leith. You want to tell me more about this official business then, sir?
Yes, official business. May we be on our way? Thank you.
Oh, tell me more about this official business. What's your name for a start?
No, he hasn't got time to tell you. Come on, let's go.
You stop where you are. Guards. What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
My name?
Here's another gold piece.
Is Leith Mistralath.
Leith Mistralath. You think you can remember that, lads? Leith Mistralath. Oh, I think I can remember that. All right, and you're here with this. What's your name?
Milford Brixton.
They all look at each other blankly, and apparently you finally came across 3 guards that you've never met before.
Go and ask the guards in there who Milford Brixton is.
Well, why would I do that?
I would if I was you. I'm giving you a friendly warning now. Would you like the next gold piece and just let us go?
All right, we'll make another persuasion check.
What district was the...
Kavnarum was the district.
That's of the where we...
Yeah, where the guard tower was. Yeah, that's the guard tower where you took the girl.
Yep. I'll say, we have been deputized by the guard tower at what you said.
Kavnarum.
Kavnarum.
In fact, it's just right behind you on the other side of the river, on the other side of the nearest bridge.
On a top secret investigation. We must get through the gate immediately.
And they didn't give you no papers or nothing.
Should they have?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't they? I
Well,
would have thought so. I would have given them some.
This is very urgent business.
Very urgent business. All right, make a persuasion check, please, Leith.
Yep. Persuasion.
Would you like to use your inspiration?
I would actually.
You would. All right, you can roll with advantage.
What was I rolling? Persuasion.
Yep.
That's better. 14.
14. All right then.
Yeah.
All right. Settle down, you lot. Let these 2 fools through. I'm sure we can check it out. We know their names. Besides, that there's Milford Brixton. Oh no, you a mile away, Brixton.
How are you doing?
You just never mind. Off you go. Get
Well,
through
you
the gate.
never mind about us, too. Thank you very much. And Leith,
I move him along before we get in more trouble.
All right. So you find your way through into the city of
as
Asterion.
far as I can get, that they might just still hear us. I'll just turn around and go, officious little wanker, and then just trot on.
Trot on. All right.
Well, don't worry, I'll get even with him at some time.
Okay. All right. Either of you want to make a perception check?
Sure. I love rolling dice.
Right.
20!
Oh God.
Unnatural.
Oh, what? I'm just going to lay back and have a sleep.
All right. Well, Milford, apparently that's what you're doing because you got an 11.
Yeah.
So as you're leaving and you say something about...
Leith has just worked up. He's on a case. He's like,
Right.
right, now we're here. We're going to
Right.
absolutely find out what's going on.
Right. And as you're saying that to Milford, you notice that guard that you called an officious little wanker is presently talking to a small child and pointing in your general direction.
Do I know said child?
Do you know said child? Remarkably, you do. Said child has the name Dran. Dran Humphreys.
Okay.
Keep an eye on the kid.
You just be watching out for your pockets now. Dran is pretty good at what he does.
Will do.
Yeah.
Right.
You'll either get him to steal from you or follow you or both. Actually, no. I taught Dran. Yeah.
Oh, you did you?
I give him a little.
He wouldn't steal from a teacher, surely.
Dran will steal from anybody.
I see.
His morals are somewhat, he's young.
Well, this is true.
Okay. Just
Where should we be heading?
up this way.
All right. So you head on up, and you pass through to the edge of Asterion, and you get to one of the massive guard walls that crosses even through into the. I mean, you guys can see that you've seen the map of Vaingate, right? Are you looking at the map of Vaingate? Okay,
Looking at it right now.
Okay,
Yep.
so if you can see where Asterion is, and you can see Karkanos in the top right corner, then next to it, just above that main guard wall that passes into Karkanos's outer circle, there's a place called Dundar.
Yep.
So you pass through this tunnel that goes underneath the guard wall, and it kind of goes downhill and then back up again on the other side. You almost get hit by a rather rapidly moving cart that's charging through there at top speed. 2 horses on the front of it, big plumages on the front of the horses, spitting up mud on all sides. And you emerge on the other side of the wall in Dundar, and Milford points to a particular direction to your left, down between some buildings, and you find yourself eventually out the front of a tavern called the Nag's Head, which is painted blue and has some of the more expensive glass in the city in its windows. Looks like some sort of coloured glass in the windows and various patterns that look like almost like they might have been lifted out of a church or a temple or something at some point. Opposite this place, there is a kind of a park with a small pond and some ducks. And yes, you find yourselves at the front of this place, the Nag's Head. It's a very fine establishment, a relatively fine establishment. there's few finer establishments. Let's put it that way.
Very nice.
And
Is this where he would be?
Yes, it is exactly where he would be.
and you see
Let's perhaps go in and buy us a drink and see what we can find out.
You gotta get past him first.
there's an elf standing out the front, leaning against the wall, twiddling his thumbs. He's got a dagger in one hand that he's just flipping back and forth between his fingers.
You're gonna get good at that one day, you know.
He's quite good at it, but you're just
I know.
you're just being rude, aren't you?
Mm.
Right. He looks up at you and he goes, "And I suppose you'd like to see Hazeldrill, would you?"
I would like to see Hazeldrill if it's all right with you.
And he
it
leans.
might be a matter of urgency. And I know you're good with a knife. I've seen what you can do with it.
He leans over and he just pushes the door open with the butt end of the knife, the handle of the knife. In you go.
Thank you.
I'm with him.
Of course you are.
Thank you.
And he closes the door behind you as you both enter. And inside, because Barry's seen this place before, I'll describe it for Leith. Basically, it's a 2-story tavern. It's very quiet for such a nice tavern. In fact, there are almost no patrons here at all. There's about 4 people in your presence. 2 of them are downstairs. One of them's behind the bar. They appear to be all elves, from what you can tell. Besides the barman downstairs, the other 3 are upstairs, actually. There's only 1 downstairs, I've decided. The other 3 are upstairs and are kind of crowded around this one table. You can't make them out very well, but you hear one of them lean over. You see one of them lean over and look down at you from under a hood. Looks like Milford Brixton's here. "Ah, Brixton, you hear? Do come upstairs."
Thank you, my lord.
And so Milford.
Is this him?
Can I bring my friend with me, please?
"Oh, do tell us about your friend. Come upstairs, friend."
This is my friend Leith.
"Good day, Leith. My name is Hazeldrill.
Good day to you.
Such a pleasure to meet you."
And you. Yes.
"And you are looking for jobs, I suppose?"
No, I'm not actually. I've got some stuff I've got to ask you, and something I've got to tell you.
"Oh, and what's that?"
I understand, and I make sure.
We should probably find somewhere private to talk about this.
"Well, this is fairly private, but if you'd like, I can send some of these people away."
It might be nice to send some of these people away.
He looks around sort of suspiciously, and then he kind of ushers them off, and they look at him like, "Are you sure?" And he nods. And so they retire and they head downstairs, and they disappear. So now you're at this table.
What's my
Please do take a seat.
meeting him for the first time? What's my general impression of this guy?
He's very well dressed. He's an elf. He has long blonde hair. He's looks quite noble in his appearance, if nothing else. He seems to have command over all of the people in this place. This may be his establishment, you're not entirely sure, but at the very least he seems to be a very well known and liked patron, given the way the staff are treating him. On one side of the room, by the way, is a huge shelf with extremely expensive looking bottles of alcohol. You assume it's alcohol. And based on the fact that you can actually read and write because you're a frickin' wizard, you know the names of some of these things and some of these places as well. And most of this alcohol comes from the Lockhart Valley and is exquisite. You've heard some of these. You've heard of some of these wineries, and they are exquisite wineries.
A very impressive collection.
Thank you. Do please take a seat. Don't stand there like two pricks at a wedding.
Thank you.
And now, how can I help, Milford?
Thank you.
You have some sort of business deal, I suppose, some kind of...
Milford, I think you should possibly broach this subject with your friend.
Well, it's come to our attention.
Has it?
Now, don't get jumpy. Don't get jumpy when I say what I'm about to say. Let me finish what I'm about to say before you do anything.
Oh, wait. Just perhaps now would be a good time to open a bottle of that summer mead. You know, the blueberry one from... Do you think that would be a good idea?
No, he's not having any of that. It'll be dancing on the walls.
Oh, but that's purely for the
nice.
scent of it. Just a minute. And he stands up and he goes over to the wall and he fetches a bottle and gets his opener and opens it up.
Just a little bit. We are on business, I'm afraid.
Opens it and pours out a couple of glasses.
That's enough, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Feel free to drink as much or as little as you wish, my new friend. Leith, was it?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I can tell from your accent you're from the Lockhart Valley district. Am I not correct?
I am, yes.
Excellent.
I'm a bit of a traveller.
You have a bit of taste then.
From home.
Bit of good taste then, I see. He puts the glass down in front of you. How's that?
Try just a little bit.
Oh, it's amazing.
This reminds me of home.
Oh, I'm sure it does. And
this is wonderful. Thank you.
You wouldn't be from Lithuanian, would you?
Somewhere near Lithuanian, yes.
Etz, perhaps?
Was it Etz? We decided. Let me just.
Evensong. No? Surely not the Butts. Nobody comes from around there.
Timbrook. We're a very small family clan.
Timbrook.
Just below the river. Yes.
Yes. I have been to Timbrook. It was some time ago. In fact, I have a dear auntie from Timbrook. Coralon, rest her soul. Now, please, Milford, do go on. Here, take this.
No, thank you. I've got some bad news to tell you.
He picks up his glass, brings it to his lips. The smell of that, eh?
I'll put the glass aside and pull out my notebook. You'd be looking a little bit more official.
This looks very serious, Milford. What's going on? Somebody...
Well, let me put it this way. You won't be seeing Chastity anymore.
He spits his wine. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Chastity's dead.
Who's Chastity?
Chastity Rose, we believe you know her.
He chucks back the rest of the glass of wine. Chastity Rose?
Yes.
And he sits back into his seat and he says, and how, pray tell, did you come by this information?
Because we've been asked to run a little investigation. Now, like I said, listen to me first before you open your mouth. Now, I know the way she was found isn't your style of doing business. I know your style of doing business is style-like. And the way she was done was not style-like. So I'm going to ask you, will you help me find who killed her?
Now, I believe in situations like this.
That wasn't quite the question we were supposed to ask, Milford, but...
there's more, is there? Perhaps you'd like to ask the real question that you were here for.
Well,
all right, we'll ask the question.
your name was on her list of patrons.
Was it just?
You were the last one of the last ones to see her alive.
Is that so?
Yes. Don't get all offended now, because I don't want to offend you. We got no meaning that way. But
Well,
did she tell you anything that might lead us to anything?
well, I suppose I might have been one of the last to see her if she is in fact dead. I do believe I saw a chastity rose in the last few days. But then, to be honest with you, there's been so many of them, I hardly can be able to be expected to keep track of their names.
Has she had anything to do with a Lord Hafa?
Who?
Lord Hafa. You know
Faha. Lord
Faha.
Faha. That's what I have noted. Yes.
Lord Faha. You know that new hit that's going around the city?
Oh, yes. Yes, the Bard of Vaingate supposedly created that song, yes?
I'd like to meet that guy someday. Could you arrange it?
Do I look like some sort of entertainment agency?
Anybody who could make a great song like that, I'd like to meet him. Anyway, back to business. Do you know if maybe she had anything to do with him?
Hard to say. How would I know such a thing as that? But I tell you what, Brixton.
You know as well as I do, it's called pillow talk. And you must do some of it yourself.
I've never known you to be so pushy, Brixton. Something must be... Those guards must have really put a fire up under you, mustn't they?
Nobody deserves to die that way, I'll tell ya.
Hazeldrill sort of examines you for a minute and he says, "You're one of the suspects, aren't you?"
That too. But I still don't like the way she died.
Well, we know we're not guilty.
Yes,
But
we do.
we're doing our best to assist the city guard to
Well,
find out what happened.
It seems reasonable. Very well, then I shall put out my feelers to see what I can discover on your behalf. How does that sound to you?
That sounds good. Are you able to account for your travels in the last 24 to 48 hours? For your
I
whereabouts?
assume that I can. I haven't really thought about it. Let me see. Mostly I've been here. And I do believe I did visit the Nightingale's palace just over a day or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was with a small contingent. Let me think. Yes, there was a party. It began in the palace district. Let me see, where was that?
It wasn't that Lord, what's his name?
Not Faha, no. But it was in the township of Ludovar, north of the palatial district, yes. And I do believe Faha does live around there. He may well have been at that party. I wouldn't be surprised. He does have some...
Which district did you say?
Ludovar.
Ludovar.
Yes, it's perhaps north east of here. You'd have to go through the Lien Yunhua and the arcane district Ansel to get there. Past the Ansel wall. It's in the very north of the city. Almost the northernmost point.
And is there anybody that can vouch for your whereabouts?
Oh, I imagine there's dozens that could vouch for my whereabouts. I imagine the Empress herself could vouch for my whereabouts. Queen Scartabel of Claresca of Scartabel, I suspect, would probably put her hand up and say, "I remember Hazeldrill was at my party."
I see.
However, let me see. Lord Gareth of Mithril Sea, I recall, was at that party. Leshana, Ifilkir was at the party. Lord Caelrin, Nestor. What an insightful bore. What's the word he's looking for? Not insightful bore. There is a word.
Insipid.
Insipid bore. Thank you. What an insipid bore he is, Nestor. Pelias of Thrain. Tedious man. Then there was, of course, Prince Stolas was there, I believe. He's an interesting fellow, an apothecary, keeper of owls.
You and him should get along well, Leith.
Keeper of owls.
Yes. Yes. Whom else? So those are the names I recall.
Thank you. And she never mentioned any strange happenings or to you while you were together at any point?
Well, let me have a little think about that. And he rolls himself a check. He says, well, come to think of it. Oh dear, something funny's going on with my D&D Beyond. There it is. That was weird. He says, come to think of it, she did seem a bit off. That's...
Off in what way?
Well, it's hard to say. I was quite intoxicated, if I recall. You can imagine. I've been on the draconic year 1364. There's a particular cocktail that can be brewed from the... And it goes over to one of the shelves and he says, now you see this. An excellent vintage wine from...
I'm sure we can talk about this at some other time. Our investigations are quite pressing.
Well, in any case, yes. So I believe I shared some of this with her, actually, come to think of it. And... she did seem to be a little off, a little unusually quiet for her. I mean, I've seen her once or twice before, time to time, in fact. And Chastity usually was such a cheerful young lass. And on this occasion, she didn't seem to be particularly talkative at all. In fact, a bit shut down, you might say.
Any particular reason you think she might have been in that way?
She did have a number of bruises that I thought were a bit unaccounted for. I thought perhaps one of her Johns might have been giving her the old one too.
Right, and that's not yourself, of course.
Well, of course. It's not my taste or style, as Milford Brixton has already pointed out.
You didn't happen to know who was their John, did you?
Why would I know who her John was, Milford?
Because you know everybody in this city, and you know every trick that there is to be played in this city. Every move I make, you know every second.
I wouldn't go that far. It's not like I'm an omnipotent god or something, as much as that does sound very
Back
impressive.
To the question, do you know her John?
I am afraid I do not know her Johns, Milford. Perhaps you do, given the fact that you were able to find my name on some hideous list somewhere. One can assume that whatever names were on that list is probably the best place to start, and I suppose you're starting here because you happen to know my name.
You got that right.
Yes, I'm fairly insightful like that.
I think we've got quite enough here. Thank you very much. I think we've taken up enough of your time, but
Oh, no. You're welcome. You feel free to have another drink.
No.
It's not often I get to
really
meet...
must be going. I will come back though.
Timbrook, you say?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Oh, before you two start...
Tell me something. When last you were at Timbrook, did you happen to be aware of whether or not they still managed to keep those boots of flying, I believe they had in the library there? I was curious to know what the resulting situation was. That I believe King Evran was dead keen on getting those for himself.
I'm not really too sure on the comings and goings of Timbrook. As I said, I live just outside of.
Ah, well, pity. Never mind. Very good then. Do have a good day.
Have you two quite
Yes.
finished with your social calendar now? Can we get going?
Yes, Milford. Thank you for your time, sir.
Game Mummy says, the Game Mummy says hello. Hey, you guys. Hey, you guys. That's me trying to repeat exactly what she says in text. I'm not sure if I got it right, but it's got to be quite close, I think.
Well,
So,
hey, you guys.
meet Steve, Game Mommy, and you know Barry, of course, already.
Hello.
Yeah, she is posting sheep's faces at us. So
Is it bad or good?
exactly.
Is it bad or good?
I'm not sure, but
Ask her if it's bad or good.
oh, she says have a moustache of TPK protection. So TPK total party kill.
I will
Steve is
prove mine then.
right. Very good then.
Okay, we'll
we go.
continue with the investigation now.
TPK protection.
Excellent. Thou shalt not die, not easily at least, with such protection.
All right.
All right. So there
Next
you go.
name on the list.
The next name on the list.
Who do you think might be a relevant suspect to go and talk to at this stage, Milford?
I know who I think it is.
Who do you think it is?
Yeah.
Okay, or who might that be?
Yeah. Well, we won't talk about that yet because I could be wrong, but I think it's that Lord dude.
You think it's Lord Farhar himself?
Yes.
Well, do you think we should go and talk to him directly?
Well, I think he's a moody little person. So, what do you think? You're the brains of the family.
Well, I'm not sure that a High Lord would take too kindly to I'll look at myself and say ruffians investigating into the death of a well, you know this town better than I do, really.
True. Now, I think we'll leave him for a while. Give us one of those names, anyone.
Well, shall we start from the top?
Yeah, let's do that.
I have a Jasper.
A Jasper. Okay. Jasper who?
Well, exactly.
There's like 100 Jaspers in the universe.
I also have a Seth, and there are hundreds of those. Probably quite a few in this town. The next one with the last name was an Isobtur.
Let's go
I'm
and
not
see.
sure if that's two words or one, and we suspect it might be a false name.
Do I know any Isobtur?
Well, let's see. Sounds familiar to you, Milford. Sounds familiar, like it was a name that you ran into years ago.
It sounds so familiar. Let me think now. Isobtur. Was it changed around, mucked around in any way?
I just wrote down the name that was given to me.
Okay. Is it from my past in some way? Do I know?
Somewhere in your past, but you cannot pin it down for some reason. You can't think where you know that name from.
I'm sorry, I can't think where I know that name from. Okay. Let's go to some pawn shops.
Maybe somewhere in this district.
Yeah, until my brain starts working on this Isobtur thing. Let's try the first one in this district. Right.
Oh, or should we perhaps go to Ludivar? That's where the party was.
If I wanted to pawn something that belonged to a young lady, I'd pawn it as far away from where she died as I possibly could.
Well, we could be here all day if we were looking through pawn shops. All of the pawn shops in the city, right?
How many would I say there are, Russell?
How many would you say? Well, it's not so much shops as stalls in the market, down in the Droob in Rivertown, the market crossing. There could be dozens of people that would buy and sell this kind of stuff. And then you've got the sort of black market dealers. As you get up into places like Raxthasis and some of the places like Rantalon and Therasis.
Was that necklace valuable? Do I remember?
You don't think it was especially valuable? It might have been valuable to her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's give up that idea. All right, and let's try. How are we going to jog my memory? Where
did we get an idea of when the party took place at the palace?
No.
Ah. We perhaps should head over to Ludivar. I think that might be.
Okay. That way.
Go. Yes.
Go that way.
I'll follow Milford.
Milford will, go through, checking that he's not being followed again.
All right. Let's make some investigation. Perception
Keep an eye out
checks.
for that kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Investigation is a 5.
Okay, you don't think you're being followed, Milford. Let's see what you think. Dun, 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 dun. Investigation, no perception. Perception. Why does the dice always land exactly where I can't see it? Oh, it's a 15. Okay. All right, Milford. Yeah, you're being followed. Being followed by that brat kid. What was his name? Dran Humphreys.
Okay, you keep going around that corner, and I'll just wait around this one.
Okay, I'll give him a look, but I'll just keep moving. I'll be like, okay, and just move on ahead.
Okay, I wait for the kid to come round.
All right. So the kid comes around the corner after a minute.
And I go, how you doing?
Oh, gods! Oh, Milford Brixton. Oh, hello. Nice to see you.
What are you doing following me? Don't you lie to me.
You got some of that candy, the candy apples that you like to give out, and I thought maybe you had some.
You're lying to me.
Oh,
That guard wanted you to follow me. Why did he want you to follow me?
I don't know why he wanted you to follow. I don't know why, but he paid me 3 gold pieces to follow you.
3 gold pieces?
I know it's a lot, isn't it? It's a whole lot. It's a huge amount.
You gonna take that back to Mother, are you?
Of course I'm going to take it back to Mother. What do you think I was going to do with it? I'm not going to keep it all to myself. And I mean, there's only so much candy floss you can buy, so many candy apples you can buy with 3 gold pieces, isn't there?
Okay. Now I want you to do me a favour.
What? You going to take my money now?
No, I'm not going to take your money. You know better than that. Don't be following me no more.
Well, I can't help it. He paid me to, and I have to. It's the law. He's the law.
I know he's the law, but I tell you what.
By this point, I've stopped and turned around and am coming back to the 2 of them.
All right. Who's your friend?
None of your business.
Your business. Milford Brixton.
Don't be getting smart to me, young lad.
I say, my name is Leith. Hello.
I just
Have
told
you been following us?
No.
You're lying
No,
again.
I'm not lying. And he tries to run away. You're gonna make a dex check to try and... I'm gonna make a dex save, basically.
Yeah,
Gonna make
okay.
a dex save, I think, for this. Da. Oh, a 21. All right. He doesn't even get an inch before you've got him again by the scruff of his neck.
I taught you how to do that, you little monkey.
All right. So I was following you.
Why are we being followed?
I don't know why, but the guard paid me to follow you. Wants to know where you go and what you do. Wants to keep an eye on you.
Now, I tell you what. I want
Tell
you
him.
to follow us. But I want you to do me a favour.
What?
You can tell him anything he wants to know. Okay?
Okay.
Except the stuff I tell you not to tell him.
What's that?
When that comes, I'll tell you. But you make sure that you're not getting followed. Understand?
Okay.
And if you see that we are being followed, you come and tell me. You understand?
Okay. I'll do that.
Or I'll be telling Mother that you've got more money in your pocket than you said you had.
Oh, right then. So wait, you want me to follow you and tell the guards where you went, except for anything that you tell me not to tell them, but you're gonna pay me gold to not tell them that.
I didn't say anything about paying you gold.
Oh, I thought I heard something about that in there.
Oh, you're a smart wee boy, aren't you?
I don't know. Maybe a little smart.
You're a little smart, all right. A little too smart for your own good. Now,
Well,
you just do as I tell you, and you do your thing, and we'll be fine. But you pull any tricks on me.
I wouldn't think of it.
Oh, you wouldn't, because I'll be telling Mother if you do any of that stuff. You understand?
Aye.
And you know what she can do to you.
Yeah, aye.
You don't want to get locked in that room and have her sing forever.
No, that. Oh my God! By the gods, no! Please don't do that. Don't do that, Milford. Please don't do that. I don't want that.
I won't do it to you.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go. Oi,
All right
you
then.
go, please. But don't you be telling Mother.
All right. Thank you, Milford. Thank you. Bless you. By the
All right,
Seldarine, bless
go
you.
on.
And he takes the coin.
You're making quite the little haul today, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm running out of money.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this little runt.
Oh, don't be calling him a runt. He's a harmless thing.
Oh, I'm sure he's
Harmless. I'm harmless.
I used to be one of those runts, you know.
Right. So the young urchin runs along, and you are left standing alone.
Okay. We take off to where we're going.
And where are you going?
Heading for Ludivar district.
Right. All right. Very well. So you pass through the Dunder Gate, or you're already through the Dunder Gate. You head through Lian Yun Gua to Ansel, the Arcane District, and there's lots of towers. And Leith, you recognise this place because it wasn't that long ago that you visited the Tower of Art in this location.
Oh, yes. Yep. Didn't we both go to the Tower of Art?
You did both go to the Tower of Art, so yes, Milford, you also recognise this location.
And I'd like to avoid it for my own personal reasons.
All right, so you avoid the Tower of Art and you head around the Ansel Wall to Ludivar, and yes, you're in the Palatial District.
Hold it. Leith,
Yes, sir. Yes, Milford.
Your magic friends, would they be able to tell us who killed the girl?
From back there?
From back there, yeah.
That Tower of Art? Well, they're not really my friends, are they?
Well, you know. What do you think?
I'm more friendly with the Daughters of Twilight, I would say, but I'm not sure if those folk from that tower would be particularly helpful to us.
Oh, well, you gotta
probably be put through some sort of trap again.
Oh no, I couldn't stand that. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, been there, done that. Okay, let's go. Okay.
Well, where exactly should we go here?
Well, has that name picked up anywhere in my brain yet?
All right, we'll have another crack at that. We're gonna make a wisdom. It was an intelligence check last time. It's the same anyway. I'm afraid you're just stuck on this one. It's like having the name on the tip of your tongue and you just can't quite remember what the hell that name was. It was, I'm sure Leith can tell us both what it was again.
It is Isobtur.
Isobtur. Isobtur. Isobtur.
Hey, Leith.
Yeah.
Leith, my friend.
Yes?
Obviously the judge is not my friend, so... Leith, my friend. Is there any way you could kind of jog my memory? You got any magic tricks that can do that? You know, look in my brain, find things out, hypnotize me or something like that?
Not in the spells that I have. I mean, I'm not sure that I could pass Tozan into you to read your brain or anything like that, but we could certainly give it a try.
You're kidding. I don't want that what's his name? Tozy to be in my head. I'll tell you that. Tozan.
Is my owl back on my shoulder?
Yes. In fact, it arrives right now.
I mean,
he might think it's
be able to help.
He might think it's a bit trivial. I think he's a god, you know. Don't want to bug him. He might. Well, he might.
This is true.
Yeah. Yeah.
It always feels like I'm inconvenience him whenever he appears in my brain.
Oh, gods are like that, you know, I hear. They always act like you're inconveniencing them when, you know, you're really the one off the cliff and you could be about to die, but no, it's an inconvenience for them.
Well,
and
quite right.
They always talk funny, too. They never get to the point and say, yes, that is the murderer. They always see something like, this guy has got brown hair, but they give you a hazy vision, and all you see is the brown hair and nothing else. You know what I mean?
There are a lot of people in this town with brown hair? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, you know, we've got names, but we don't even know if they're real.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally go... Oh, you wouldn't know this being innocent. But you don't normally go into other places and use your real name.
That's true.
Yes. How do you know that, then?
Well, being inconspicuous is something that, you know, I have a little experience of. How do you think I got all the way from...
Are you kidding me? You're about as inconspicuous as a ready ship going down the river. Who is it that goes, oh look, I've got Tozan talking in my head. Oh,
look, Milford, I made it all the way from Lockhart Lake to here in 2 weeks, on foot, with not very many people noticing me. So I'll bet you that I am quite stealthy when I need to be.
That's true, but you've still got a ruddy great horse in your head.
Well, no one can see that, can they?
No. Anyway, we're going that way.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So the palatial district is, of course, not surprisingly, full of palaces, and rather high places and towers and large walls and guards. Guards on horses, troops of guards on horses, troops of guards on foot, various troops of guards standing, guarding things and doing guard-like stuff.
Being guardy.
Very guardy, and also gaudy as well as guardy as well. And they have polished helms and various coloured sashes and banners and things, and they march about being very pretentious and quite conspicuous, the opposite of you, because you are not conspicuous as far as I hear, according to the rumours I'm hearing. So anyway, well, yes.
Yes.
Indeed. So,
Okay, this is the poshy area of town.
Where would it be likely that a party would have taken place, do you think?
Oh, now
We
let me
didn't really
see.
get that information, did we?
No, we should have. I would say over that way. You know why I would say over that way?
That seems a little arbitrary, but certainly.
Okay, we're gonna go to the inn here.
You know this town better than I do.
We're going to the inn. If you want to know where the latest party was held, you go to the inn.
Good plan.
Okay.
well, first of all, the first thing you discover is that there is no apparent inn in this part of town.
Ah,
It just doesn't seem to have an inn. It's full of palaces. This is
That
where
does make sense.
it's like a large area of gardens with high walls and fountains and guards, and there's like
Milford Brixton, are you telling me this is an area of town you've not been to before?
well, you've
Let's-
been here
let
before.
me put it this way. I come here to borrow from the people that live here occasionally to help others. And I don't stick around after I've borrowed something from them because I'm not exactly, how do you say, in their class.
I see. Yes.
So if you're asking me how to get into their houses, maybe I can help you there.
This might be where I shine.
But you shine everywhere, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
Good. Now, where do you think, how are you going to shine?
I am of a noble family. I think they might, I might be able to be of some influence.
Well, I'll be your humble servant then,
Yes.
my lord.
The thing is, though, I'm just kind of wondering where we should head, because just rocking on up to a palace and knocking on the door and saying, "Did you kill this prostitute?" is probably not a good plan.
No, I don't think so either. But we could start. Have you ever been in service?
In service,
Yeah.
in the army,
No. Do you know how to cook?
you know how to cook.
Have you ever used a mop in your lifetime?
I absolutely know how to cook. I love a fine meal.
Okay, Barry, suddenly, this moment strikes you. The name, Isbot Tur. Is that right? Isbot Tur?
Isob.
Isob Tur.
I don't care whose turd he had. Yes.
The name comes to you, and you remember this face peering out through a door at you, wrapped in garb, barely able to see his eyes in the rain, and you were standing out on the street, and the door opening up. Yes, who is this? This is this vision, this memory that you have.
Where was it?
You recall it being in the Sidarhael Envoy district,
Okay.
which is about half a mile on the other side of the Palace district.
Do you feel like going half a mile from here?
Whatever we need to do to track down this killer.
One of the names. It's just come to me, you know. Probably because we're too thick to go in the right direction. But
I beg your pardon.
it's just come to me. It's just come to me. We've got
Right.
to go in that direction. Follow me.
Okay, I'll follow along.
All right, so you follow Milford, and he takes you through the palatial district to the Sidarhael Envoy, which is it's a bit like the Arcane district. Actually, it's a very similar kind of a place. More towers, more very clearly marked arcane types of symbolism that you notice everywhere. And he takes you to this place that looks a bit like a set of barracks with some stables out the back, and there's a bell tower at one end. And Barry, Milford remembers all of this.
Okay.
You remember suddenly the whole deal with this. This was the homeless shelter set up by the mages of Sidarhael that you stayed at. And
Yeah. Now I'm clicking. Yes. Right. All right.
right.
Really? Do we have to go here? Okay. You know how I said I didn't want to be here? I still don't want to be here, but I think we'll find him, and I'll point the name. Here.
This is Altair.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Well, lead on.
All right. You go up to the back door.
Just before we go on, I'd just like to say that Holy Knight of the Keyboard is among us, and we do greatly appreciate your return. Thank you. And I think we are winning. I believe we're winning. The fact that we're alive and that we're role-playing and we are now one member greater than we were last week is a win. So welcome, Steve Austin. Not the Bionic Man, nor the wrestler, but in fact, the Steve Austin. This is the actual Steve Austin. So,
Howdy, everyone.
Yeah.
Good to see a few of you out here.
Right. So you probably remember Milford Brixton from last week. Steve's playing a character named Leith, who is a wood elven warlock who has a celestial patron named Tozen, who is a black unicorn.
Pretty.
Is that fairly accurate?
Yes. He's only just got in control of his powers that Tozen had given him.
What do you call that control?
And isn't really completely up to speed with Tozen's wishes.
Right.
As
Tozen's a little,
forceful. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, you're standing you're in the Sidarhael district, the Sidarhael Envoy district, this very arcane part of town, in the city of Carcanos, which is part of Vaingate. And you're standing outside this large building that's, on the one hand, it's a set of barracks, or it looks like it was barracks at some point, but it may have been repurposed. Milford, you know what it is exactly. It's a homeless shelter. It houses the sick and the poor and the hungry. And it's run by the mages of Sidarhael, who Milford believes... Well, Milford can keep what he believes to himself for now, actually. Those of us that watched the last episode will have some idea and memory of that.
Oh, I'll tell you what I'm doing before we go there. I gotta get me a disguise.
A disguise, okay.
Yeah,
So
they know what I look like. You see.
all right. Now, for the record, I'm just going to say, because that last episode that we did was in fact a flashback, this game is a flash forward. So I'm going to say 3 years have literally passed since that time.
Oh, good. I don't have to get a disguise.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You don't think so, but you never know.
Well, someone might be bearing grudges. You can't be too careful.
Oh, I didn't take anything. Well, not
Nothing,
really.
nothing of
Okay.
tangential, well, nothing of material value anyway.
No. All right. I go to the back, the seventh entrance.
Game Mummy says you cannot win on D&D. It's also true.
Especially with Russell as the judge. Yes.
Oh, I am cut to the quick, Barry.
Ah,
That's usually
oh,
your...
okay.
Sometimes as well, it's not about winning. It's about, as weak as this sounds, it's about playing the game.
There you go.
Oh, look, that's poetry. Why can't you be that poetical?
It's beautiful.
And what you mean by that is get the hell on with it, isn't it? That's what it is.
Oh, dear. Okay.
All right, so
Damn.
you're at the door.
All right.
I assume you're at the door. You can say something else if you want, if you don't want
What's
to
the
be at
name of that dude again? I'm asking you. Leith? Leith, what's the name of it?
Isobter.
Isobter. I
Yes.
always want to say turd. Okay.
I have it spelled IZOB space TER, but I'm not sure if it is two words.
It is very close. TURR.
TUR.
Yeah.
Would you two mind? I'm knocking on the door.
All right. Dunk, 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 dunk on the door. Okay. What time do you reckon it is at this point? How much time has passed since you started this whole thing? I'm thinking it's getting towards about sundown, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
Getting
We've
there,
probably
but not
spent most
quite.
of the day.
Yeah, there's been a lot of walking, a lot of talking, a lot of investigating. Okay, so it's about sundown, and you knock on the door, and a few minutes later, the door, the slot on the door kind of slides open, and there's this set of eyes looking at you. It looks like somebody wearing some kind of hood with a face mask, wrappings and such. Who is it?
Milford Brixton to see Isobter.
Milford Brixton to see Isobter. I'm not sure Isob is available.
Could you find out, please?
The door closes again.
Did I do something wrong?
There was some timing right there. Okay. So how long do you wait exactly before you...
Is there...
Do you want to try?
I'll knock.
All right.
I'll stand aside. After all, he's the Lord.
All right. A couple of minutes pass, and then...
Oh, that was nothing to do with this area.
Hello?
But you can do your Lordy stuff.
We are looking for Mr. Isobter. Is he about? Or
Oh.
they? I'm sorry.
And who might be asking?
My name is Leith, Mr. Leith.
Leith? Don't know any Leith,
official
Mr.
city business.
Official city business. Do you have a sign, a document or something?
I'm afraid we're not. We've been deputized by the guards. And,
Deputies, you say?
Over in where was it?
Kavnarum.
Kavnarum.
That's a way away. You sure they have jurisdiction over here?
Well, we're on a citywide investigation, and we do need to speak to Mr. Tur as soon as possible.
Oh, very well. And the door opens up. There's this old lady there, dressed head to foot in this grey cloak and garb, with her face wrapped up and covered, holding a staff. Do come in.
Thank you.
And she kind of backs away from the door. And do you both come in?
Yeah.
All right, Milford.
Yep.
It's been a long time since you were here, but it puts the shits up you.
It does. I'm not comfortable. So you better take the lead on this one.
All right.
What's the issue here?
The issue is, you might say I did a little work here for somebody, and I got stuff that was very difficult to get. So I'd like to get out of here as soon as possible,
I see.
if you know what I mean.
Was Zipter involved?
Oh, no. But he did answer the door, so he might recognize me, which is why I'm putting my hood over my head.
Are you lads coming inside?
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to play the servant's part now. Off you go. Do your thing. I'm with you.
A little late for that because the staff have already seen us, but yes, good, yes. Following along. Thank you, miss.
All right. She takes you down the corridor, and you get to a set of stairs that wind up into the tower at the end of the building. And
Do I
Milford,
recognize those stairs at all?
oh, you recognize those stairs. You
Oh,
recognize
do I?
climbing up those stairs, climbing over those stairs, climbing.
Oh, no, let's not talk about it.
You recall climbing into the candelabra above the stairs.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, and you get to the top of the stairs. Incidentally, you can make a Arcana check, Leith, please.
Sorry, a what check?
Arcana. Arcana. Arcana.
19.
19. You certainly recognize some bind runes and some sigils of protection marking the floor and walls and ceiling of this place. You think there's some kind of scrying spell placed in the top of this tower, actually, that looks down through the stairs and what have you. You're not sure whether it's active or permanently active or temporarily active or even dead. You'd have to cast Detect Magic to know that for sure.
It's not something I think I have. Probably something I should pick up at some point. No. I'll turn to Milford and say, were these here when you were last?
Oh, yeah.
They were?
Mm-hmm.
And who or what were they watching?
Oh, they probably made sure that nobody could get up these stairs that shouldn't.
Oh, of course.
The old lady gets to the top of the stairs before you and bangs on the door with her staff. Aesob! Aesob, are you there, Aesob? There's lads here from the city guard wish to see you. That's right, isn't it? She turns around and looks down at you two. City guard.
You think I'd just stand there?
One of them's called Leith Mistralath, I think he said. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's quite correct.
Yes. The door sort of slowly opens and this head peers out. Come in. Come in. Quickly.
Thank you. And we'll move up.
All right, you come up the stairs and the old lady lets you pass and then she shuts the door behind you. You can make another Arcana check if you like.
That is an actual 20.
Yeah, you get this kind of shiver that goes up your spine that tells you that this room is magically sealed now.
Oh. I'll just I'll like look at Milford and like rub the back of my neck.
Steve, your character Leith hears the voice in your head. You are on your own now.
Oh.
You feel the retreat of Tozen's mind. Now, what can I do for you two lads? You're looking for me, Isopter?
Mr. Isopter, yes.
Yes.
We've been seconded on.
You will excuse me, the black lung.
Oh, I am very sorry to hear that. We've been deputized, as it were, from the Kavanarim City Watch, Town Watch.
Yes.
And, we're a little bit of trouble, actually. We're lodging a bit of an investigation.
Yes.
Suspicious activity. I'm wondering if you know of a chastity rose.
Chastity. You'll excuse me, I'm not well.
Yes. Is there anything we could do?
Make this as quick as possible.
Yes,
I'm not aware of any chastity rose. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Your name was on her list of patrons.
What? What list of patrons?
She is how best I put it?
Best you not put it at all, I think. What is your name?
A lady of the night.
Do I look like a fellow that has the time or the energy or the wherewithal to visit
Not
with...
close enough to empty his pockets.
You want to try and empty it? Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Yes, you can. So you walk around behind him while Leith interrogates
Well,
him?
he's distracting him while he's coughing.
All right. So, for the audience's sake here, Milford Brixton has a +7 to his sleight of hand, and Leith is on the other side of him. I'm gonna assume that's a helping action.
It's kind of a distraction.
It's kind of a distraction, so he will have advantage with this roll. He's got a fairly good chance, actually, which is surprising. All right, let's give this a go and see what happens. Holy crap, a 23. Okay, Barry, Milford, you managed to get your hand into one of his pockets and you pull out a small pouch and you manage to pocket it. You can't really go through it right now because, circumstances, but you do have a pouch from his pocket. All right.
Okay.
Meanwhile, do I look like I have the wherewithal to visit with ladies of the night? Young man, I think you've come to the wrong place. Perhaps it is another fellow of a similar name or a spelling error.
Well, your name was written there. Is there anybody that you suspect might be using your identity?
My good sir, there's 1,000 members of the city of Vaingate who should like to slight us mages of Sidarhael. They're not fond of our kind.
Anybody in particular?
In particular? Well, I'd begin with that awful queen of yours, Claresca of Sidarhael.
Well, at this point, from the evidence that we have, you are a suspect in the murder of Miss Chastity.
You're saying that you honestly consider me a suspect in the murder?
Was on her list of patrons.
Oh my God! In the name of the Seldarine, what do you think you're doing?
Are you able to prove your whereabouts in the last 48 hours?
Prove my whereabouts? I imagine that 40 to 100 people have seen me here for the last 2-3 days or more. I haven't left this premises.
May I ask, sir?
He turns
what
around.
What is in that room over there?
Over there? My laboratory, sir.
The one with the interesting door.
Yes, that's correct.
Or laboratory? What is it you study?
Any number of things.
Could we have a look, please?
If you insist. Must you?
Yes.
Must you?
Well,
Yes.
we'd rather not get the city guard involved.
Good night, Halvavir. Halvavir. Good night, Halvavir. He's one of our guests viewing. I'm not sure if he's already gone.
Good night, sir.
Yes.
And Russell, I'm talking about the one that was the magic door.
Ex Velavex says cultists confirmed. Hilarious. I know which door you're talking about. The one that you didn't dare touch last time you were here.
Yeah.
I know exactly.
But he can touch it.
Well, he can. Anybody can touch it.
Yeah, I just didn't want it to be me. Now it's him.
Right. All right. Now where are we? Okay, so you're like insisting on. If you insist to go through the door, that's what you want, is it?
Yes, please.
Well, it will take me at least 4 hours to unlock these bind runes. Are you prepared for that?
Yes, we are, aren't we, sir?
Yes, we have all the time in the world.
And you will, of course, be paying for the components required to reset these locks. Yes?
You will, of course, be obstructing justice
Obstructing
and paying
justice.
for the obstruction of justice if you don't open that door. Of course you will. Good.
Very
Open the
well,
door,
very
please.
well.
Thank you.
I'm too sick for this. Very well, you may as well take a seat. Perhaps you would like to wait in the waiting room with refreshments.
Well, we can just stand over
Mazir!
here.
Mazir, come back here! Get these fellows some refreshments. Take them to the waiting room. Give them seats to sit on. They're going to be here for a while. Oh, yes, Lord Isbeth. Yes, my lord. Isob, my lord, Isobtar. The lady that first opened the door comes back in. Perhaps you'll come back this way.
Thank you.
Ah, Joshua. Hello, Joshua. Thank you, Joshua. Thank
I
you for
lean
sharing.
over to Leith and say, don't drink anything.
I don't plan to.
You're not, but you know.
Right. So you're taking down to the waiting room. That's if you go with them. I assume. I'm just assuming that you go. But...
Excuse me, is there any reason why we can't watch you open this door?
Yes, there's a very good number of reasons why you cannot watch me open this door.
So
And they would be.
Must I iterate all of them? We'll begin with the one that, first of all, these are state secrets to the city of Barakyle, and you are in our diplomatic quarters. Therefore, we have something of, what is the term? Immunity. Secondly, because if you were to watch me unlock each of these doors, there's a high proportional chance that each of you might in fact go insane without the correct number of banishings, cleansings, purifications, consecrations, etc., etc., etc. Do you understand?
Yes.
So perhaps it is wise, then, that you take my advice and leave and head to the waiting room I suggested.
4 hours, you say.
Prudent, yes, 4 hours.
Any way you can expedite that?
I will do my best, my liege lord.
thank you.
Thank you.
And you guys go to the waiting room. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what does Joshua have to say? Sorry, I'm just checking the feed to see what Joshua has to say. He says, basically, he says Cthulhu, from what I can tell. It's a. He's posted he's posted a kind of an octopusy type thing that's blue going blah. 2 of them. Oh my God, there's another one. And the game.
How's the charity going?
The player characters are gone. Quick, hide the evidence. That was the holy night of the keyboard. How's the charity going? Well, again, last week we did have a very amazing and generous donation from Holy Knight of the Keyboard, which we greatly appreciated. And we shall take this moment to briefly say, if you guys have a spare buck that you're prepared to throw at Gaming for Charity, Corrucare Kids, Corrucare and Heart Kids New Zealand, to help kids and their families with basically critical conditions deal with what they have to go through, we'd greatly appreciate it. If you don't, that's cool too. Please just enjoy. We won't pressure you about it, but you know, we're here to have fun mostly, but you know, just this is part of what we're doing, so I thought we'd mention it. Alrighty? Okay, so you guys are in the waiting room. And as you're in the waiting room, the lady that first brought you here, she comes out and she pulls out this wheelie tray. This is like a little cart with wheels. She pulls it out and it squeaks as it comes out. In this otherwise deadly silent room. Refreshments, my lords.
Thank you. If you could just leave it there, that would be wonderful.
She turns one of the bottles around on top of the tray and just sort of looks at it for a moment.
I'm wondering if we might be able to ask you a couple of questions.
She looks over at you. You can try.
Are you aware of the whereabouts of your master, Mr. Tur, over the last 48 hours?
I'm not permitted to speak of such things, my lord.
Why not?
Oh, I have taken an oath, as have all the holy brothers and sisters here.
Why would you have taken an oath not to talk about Mr. Tur?
We do not speak of our superiors, their personal lives, their private lives, or any other matters concerning their important work.
I am just asking if he was here.
If he was here?
Yes, or if you know his whereabouts.
Well, I believe he was here.
Over the last couple of days.
I do believe he was here. Yes. As are all the holy brothers and sisters, they remain here. Yes. At that point, the door opens at the far end of the room, and 3 mages enter. You know they're mages because they're wearing hoods and cloaks and
put the hood down
staves.
And put my head down and
They just stand at the far end of the room and they say nothing.
I'm just going to sit and stare back.
Okay. All right. So you guys have the staring contest
Fold my arms.
for a while. And
I just sit in amusement.
And can I get you all a drink?
I'll pass, thank you.
Perhaps some food, refreshments?
I've just eaten. Thank you.
Very well. Very well. You will notice the delicious smells of what's your favorite food is coming from inside this box on this tray. Sweet smell of elven wines. You can make wisdom saving throws if you like.
Lockhart blueberry pie.
Right, yeah, Lockhart blueberry pie it is. And you can smell it, and it's hot, freshly baked. It's just wafting out from beneath the curtains that are surrounding the edges of this tray on wheels. Wisdom saving throw?
Milford's going to get up, and he knows the layout of the place.
Milford,
so he just wheels it away.
Milford, you're making a wisdom saving throw at this point. Okay?
Okay. I hate those.
Well, you get a 16.
Throws never mean anything good.
You get a 16, so you're good, Milford. What do you get, Leith? What's your wisdom?
Was I rolling as well?
Oh yeah.
I rolled a 5.
You roll a 5. Okay. So Milford, you get up to move the tray, and Leith stands up, and he's basically reaching.
I basically move the tray to one side and spin him around.
Okay. Okay. Can you make a persuasion check on Leith to see how well that goes? Sorry, I need to roll that. So that
But Lockhart blueberries. I mean, you haven't lived until you've eaten proper Lockhart blueberries.
And you might not live if you do. Sit down.
Milford gets a 15 on his persuasion, so it's up to you, Leith, how you want to react to that.
I do miss home, but we're not in the sort of place that I would imagine.
You know, some of that self-control you practice, and you're so good at doing
I'm trying.
Think of that poor girl.
I'll push it slowly away, like to arm's length.
Okay.
Would you gentlemen like to eat something?
They don't even move. They stand dead still.
Are they standing between us and the door up or the door out?
Oh, they're standing between you guys and another door altogether.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right. I'm putting the tray between them and us.
Okay. All right. So, anything you guys want to do in the next 4 hours that pass?
I'm gonna go outside. I'll use some excuse to go outside and get some air.
I'm gonna walk up to the mages and just like a military drill sergeant, just walk past them and stare them in the eyes.
All right. Okay.
Don't look them in the eyes. Don't look them in the eyes. Good. But I'm not there.
All right. You can do that. You can. Wow. Okay. Once you sort of stare them in the eyes, you realize they're just people. They're just humans. They've got some funny tattoos on them, and they look like they're very flash, and they've got some very fancy robes, but you're not scared of them. You can feel Tozen has returned to you now that you're no longer in that room upstairs and the door locked. You know, you're not afraid.
What's your job here? To all three of them.
The first one steps forward and goes,
"You like to suck your own fingers. I see. You too? To the other two.
They don't
I'm
move.
asking you a question.
They don't move.
May we have a look behind the door?"
They step aside from the door.
I'm like, Milford! Milford!
Milford's outside.
I will step past them and put my hand out to open the door,
All right.
keeping an eye out of my periphery at them.
Mm-hmm. They don't move. They let you.
Okay,
You open the door.
Open the door and move back.
Okay, there's a hallway. And on either side of the hallway, there are a number of other doors going down the hallway.
Surprise, surprise.
There are kind of a checkerboard pattern of flagstones on the floor. The hallway is arched and ribbed all the way down. You see a number of lamps. You realize that the lamps are actually magically lit.
I'm going to go back out to the front door and grab Milford.
All right.
And just lean out the front door and say, Milford, the mages don't seem to have any problem with me opening the door behind them. And there's a corridor.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking in my purchase that I made with the prize pocket.
Okay. All right. So you're going through the purse. All right. You find... Ooh. It's rather amazing, this purse. It reminds you of the bag of holding that you took with you to the Valley of Bones that time.
Okay, I go further.
The problem with it is that, as you are aware, and this is a homebrew thing from my own personal DMing campaigning business, when you use any kind of transdimensional bag of holding or a portable hole or anything like that in my games, you have to name the items as you put them in.
Necklace. See what comes up.
Nothing.
A necklace. That money. What was that money called?
Dent marks.
Dent marks.
Okay, we say Ghent marks, and
Yep.
11 Ghent marks come spewing out of the top of the bag into your hands.
Oh, I'll put that in my pocket. But we know he had Ghent marks, and so does she. Necklace belonging to a whore.
Nothing.
Okay.
And just as you
Do I
say...
remember what colour it was?
What colour it was blue and white.
Blue and white necklace.
I think you've already said necklace, so...
Yeah, I know.
Probably not gonna...
But I'm wondering if you've got to be precise.
At this point, Leith, you come outside and you find him saying, blue and white necklace belonging to a whore.
What are you doing?
It's like a bag of holding.
Oh. What's that?
This is his purse.
I see.
Well, we know I discovered that he had skin marks.
Who gave you that?
Um,
Stole that from him?
Well, it just seemed like the thing to do at the time.
What is a man in the Beggars District doing with Ghent marks?
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, out of game for a moment, to be clear, this is not the Beggars District. This is
homeless.
This is a homeless shelter in the Mages District.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And majors go around with Ghent marks a lot, do they?
And at this point, to be fair, Leith, you don't know that this is a homeless shelter either. Only Barry knows that.
Okay.
This is a homeless shelter.
Now you know.
So, what is he doing with Ghent marks?
Yes, that's what I'm wondering. And I happen to know that sometimes young ladies go into that room and they don't come out themselves.
That room?
Yes, that room. So if she was here and their experiment failed, they might have got rid of her body. Whatever the experiment is. My bet is it's going to take them 4 hours to clean it all up.
And you've never been inside that room before?
Not that room, no.
Should we try and take him on ourselves, or should we try and get the authorities involved?
Well, I think we need to get the absolute proof. I mean, there must be some way.
If you suspect that he's tidying up, he might be hiding evidence.
Yes, that's what I'm...
We should go back up.
Well, we know he can't hide it in this bus. Because we got it. Unless, what kind of evidence do you think he would hide if he had it in this purse?
I'll open the purse and go, belongings of Chastity Rose.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Oh, I was so hoping.
I think we need to go upstairs and maybe confront him, but I fear that if we try that, these mages may...
Ambushes. Yes.
Yes. Try to
Okay, well, let's do it the subtle way. Let's go up there and complete the mission we were going to complete. You know, ask him all the questions, have a look around there. We might find something he doesn't think he's going to find. All right. And we could be wrong. He might not be the one, but I do want to know what someone of his stature is doing with Ghent marks.
All right.
In a place like this.
Yes.
Okay.
How do we broach that subject, though, considering you just swiped his purse?
Oh, I'll put it back.
I see.
If you keep him busy, I'll put it back.
Yes.
You were good at keeping him busy last time.
Yes.
All right. So let's go then.
And we'll go back up the stairs.
All right. So this is after the 4 hours, or this is now?
Yeah, after the 4 hours.
It's after the 4 hours.
Yeah.
Up to you guys. Whether
Because
you want
they
to
won't let us go that far.
I think if we give it the 4 hours, they're going to be... If he's done this and he's...
Hang on. We've gone out, right?
Yep.
And we're coming back in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Are they still watching us?
Who? There's three guys. There are three
the
mages.
mages. Are they watching us?
They're still in the waiting room, watching the waiting room.
Are we seeable to the waiting room when we come through the door?
When you come through the door from outside, yes, you are.
Straight away.
Well, practically, yeah. There's an archway.
All right. Before we go through, I asked Leith, you wouldn't know how to make people invisible, would you?
Sorry, no.
Oh, you got to learn that, you know, Leith.
Yes, and detect magic as well, probably.
Okay, we're going to have to wait. Like, I can't sneak back up there again. They're going to see me as soon as they... And there were no windows in that room.
No.
Okay, just being sure. Okay, all right, we'll go in. We'll just wait.
All right. Steve,
I guess we're going to have to.
Yeah.
All right, so the time passes, and eventually the old lady comes back in again, and she says, Master Aesop Tur will see you now, gents.
We go up.
All
You
right.
can continue because you're the brains.
All right, she leads you back up the stairs, back to the top of the tower.
Yep.
You finally get to the magic door, the arcane door that lets you into the laboratory, the outer laboratory at least. And there, Mr. Tahira, Milford Brixton, you see that the laboratory proper opened for the first time. And it glows with arcane energy, whatever's in there. At first it's so bright that you can't quite adjust your eyes to it, and it takes a couple of, good 30 seconds for your eyes to come to terms with what you're looking at. Bear in mind that you're elves with night vision, or at least you're a half elf. Leith, you're not a half elf, are you? You're a full elf.
I'm a full elf, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's very bright, and as your vision comes to terms with what you're looking at, you see this kind of space beyond the door that's kind of... It's very much a laboratory. There's an altar in the center of the room. There's a number of very prominent-looking relics that stand out, gems that are glowing, symbols on the walls and floor and ceiling that are glowing. And there's a book in the center of the room that's chained up, chained literally to the walls. And
Okay. I'm making a map in my head.
I'm making a map in my notebook.
Do they see you?
Aesop looks over to you, Leith, and he says, "No, you shall not."
This is official city business.
I don't care what you think this is. You have come so far as to breach the sanctity of our arcane primum solem. How dare you?
What do you do here?
Magic.
Yes, I can see that.
We
What
here
kind?
study the nature and powers of our own beings. We meditate upon the greatest arcane secrets of the universe.
While he's doing that, I have the opportunity to put things...
At the expense of what?
At the expense of time, energy, and power. All right, so Milford is now returning the object to his pocket using sleight of hand.
And I'm being helped by...
All right, so with... Okay, a 17.
Do you ritually sacrifice for
What? Ritually
for your power?
sacrifice? Ridiculous. What sort of accusation is this? Do you have any
What is the
proof of
altar
these
for?
accusations?
What is the altar for?
It is the altar by which we utilize our power. This altar represents the universe. It is a 2-cubit by 2-cubit altar. Its size is a reflection of itself in a way that... And he goes into this arcane diatribe about how the altar is a reflection of the universe and its measurements according to sacred geometry relate to various
I'll just
principles.
completely interrupt him and say, when is the last time you were at the Nightingale's Palace?
He looks over at you. What? A little shocked and surprised.
The Nightingale's Palace, yeah, he said.
He,
When were you there?
would you like to make a insight check? Both
Me?
of you. Yeah, both of you can make
Yeah.
insight checks.
That is a 21.
And Barry's, yours is a 16. Okay. Clearly he looks a little disturbed by the question. He says, "These accusations are ridiculous. They're uncalled for. I shall have you both up on charges. How dare you come here and make such accusations against me?"
Why are you carrying Ghent marks?
What? What business of it is of yours which currencies I carry? There is only one illegal currency in the world, and I do not carry it. And it is
You do
not
seem the
Ghent
type to
marks.
be carrying it in this environment.
It is my right to carry Ghent marks if I wish, and how is it that you know such things?
I know such things.
I think it is enough. You have done your duty here, now get out.
We will be back.
So you say. So you say.
Okay, alright.
Milford?
Be gone before I have you thrown out. This place is kept by powerful spirits.
All right.
You have already profaned our holiest of holies. He steps back out of the room and he seals it with a slam like that. The door's just shut and you see all the locks go.
And that took 4 hours.
That really took 4 hours to unlock.
Indeed it did. It is designed to keep the profane out, not in. Out.
What do you consider profane?
You, for one thing. Anything not directly related to our great work, I would consider profane, yes. And that includes you and your unsightly, unholy ways.
And how would a woman like her be seen in your eyes?
You ask a lot of dull questions. I think it's time
I'm asking, do you
we
have
speak.
an answer? That's the question.
Now it's time for us to speak with the embassy. I have done my best to comply with your nonsense. Now it is time for us to invoke our immunity. Now be gone.
All right. We leave.
Yes.
All right, and you find yourselves back out on the street.
He seems our most obvious suspect.
Yeah, and considering I know what they used to do in here with young ladies, I'm wondering if she was one.
Tell me more. And we'll walk a fair distance from the tower.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact that people went into that room, not the room we were in. Well, I don't know if they went that far because I didn't go that far. But the main room, they came out. They went in struggling and they came out obedient or zombie-like.
So there could have been experiments going on with chastity that failed?
Yeah, I mean, she was, well, most people would say she was just another hooker. But I don't think, I don't think anybody deserves to die like that.
The fact that he is handling Ghent marks is very suspicious.
He's not handling them anymore. I kept them.
Oh, this is true.
So, is there any way to find out if she touched these Ghent marks?
So did you find anything? It's that boy.
So has anybody been following us then?
Anybody following you? Well, yeah, yes. There's people following us now.
Who?
Well, I think one of the mages is following us now. What are you doing here anyway? The Barkyle district. Nobody comes here. We've been told even the gangs don't come here. The only people that come here are the lepers of Nort, and they're crazy.
Hey, you.
And me, because I'm being paid.
Make sure Mother gets one of these, will you?
What's that?
Make sure she gets it, because I know I gave it to you. All right?
Oh, that's a Ghent mark.
Yeah.
Wow. That's worth like 100 gold.
I know. You get it to Mother. If I find out otherwise, I'll be looking for you. You understand?
Shall I take it now?
I'll find you wherever you go, you know that.
Shall I take it to her now?
Yes, straight to her.
All right, he runs off.
Was that wise, giving him a Ghent mark?
Oh, he'll be right. He'll be right. Now listen. We've been followed. You heard him say the mages
Yes.
are already starting to follow us. Let's keep playing the game.
What would you suggest?
Yeah,
Your
let's
owl
do
comes
what-
down and lands on your shoulder, Leith.
Does it seem in any way distressed or
No.
no? Okay.
It's just that you're outside and it's,
Yep.
it returns to you when you're outside. It flies off when you go inside places.
Okay. Now once he gets off that land, then he's our prey, you understand?
Who?
The mage that's following us.
Off the land
Yes.
around the tower.
He's not in the safety of the tower, I figure. So if he comes out of the safety of the tower, we can take him out and we can do a questioning of our own.
I'm not terribly sure that's a good idea. 2 of us against 3 mages.
I think it's only one, isn't it? Didn't the boy say there's one?
Did you only say there was one?
That's the impression that you had.
Yeah.
Okay.
But don't forget, these boys are powerful. So I'm going to hit him from behind.
Well,
Literally.
2 against 1 might be a bit fairer of a fight.
All right. Okay. Let's let him follow us for a while.
Where should we? You lead on where you think we should head, but
I'll walk to a good ambush area that I know.
All right. A good ambush area that you know. Perhaps you can describe this ambush area that you know.
Oh, well, we need a place where there's no people for a start. We need an alley that goes off in every kind of direction for another.
Okay. So you're nearby a small area called Motaku, which is a human, what you might call I guess it's a cultural area.
Now, Russell, I'm going to try and I need a place where I can get up above and my friend can walk past and the mage will follow. Then I can drop on the mage as he comes past me and put him to sleep.
Okay, so like a bridge, like a walking bridge, a walkway or something like that?
A walking bridge, yeah, something like that.
but a back alley kind of.
A back alley walking bridge.
Alright.
Because it might seem unusual for me to go to a place like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, what we'll do is we'll make a quick intelligence check to see if we can think of a place like that. There's nowhere over this side of the city that really fits the bill.
Okay, I'll take him to the side of the city, even though it's a long journey. If he's really interested and he's really curious, he'll follow us all the way to where I need him to go.
Well, as it turns out, once you leave the Palatial District and Barakyle District, he doesn't follow you. He just leaves you, lets you go.
Okay. Now, that doesn't make sense. If he was involved. You know, that doesn't make sense. If he was involved, that guy would have followed us all the way and we would have ended up in a river somewhere. Don't you think?
Maybe.
Because he's not following us now. There's no other way he could follow us, do you know?
I'm sure there are plenty of ways. You know your way around this town better than I do, Milford Brixton.
No, I mean, is there any other way a mage could follow us without us knowing?
Invisibility?
Okay,
In many ways.
okay.
Oh, there's this old trick. And I'll, just wave my hand above my head just to see if there's any sort of scry orbs or anything.
Are they solid? Would a scry orb be solid?
They some can be, you know, like you pass your hand through it, it'll dissolve or something.
Well,
I'm not sure how they work in your campaign, though.
Right, I've never considered it to work like that, but I'll tell you what. I mean, you can make I guess it would just be an Arcana check.
Yep. 17.
17. You don't get the impression that there's anything in your immediate physical space. There's nothing above your head. There's nothing around you. What's that?
But I don't feel that there's anything at the moment. But I thought we might have been being scried.
What the heck is that?
Oh, magical, like being followed magically, like they do, like was up in his room. The alarm system.
Okay. So you say you don't think there's anything?
Well, nothing magical around us. I don't think so.
And there's no way we're gonna find these other two dudes. I know. Do the girls have a bar they hang out at to get picked up at?
Several bars. One of them is, in fact, the Broken Oak Tavern, actually.
Okay.
But they're relatively subtle when they go to those places compared to if you meet them on the street.
Okay, let's go to the Broken Oak, and I'll see if Charity, not Charity,
Chastity.
if Chastity picked up anybody at that bar that night.
Right.
She hangs there sometimes.
Do we know exactly what night it was?
You don't know exactly what night it was.
From my notes, I don't feel we've established exactly when it was she died.
Okay, but when did we find the body?
This morning, within about 12 hours ago.
Okay, sorry.
Actually, probably longer than that now because you spent 4 hours with the mages.
Okay, alright.
It's getting quite late at night now.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing's open at the guard thing, so we can't go back there and ask if they found out when, how many hours she died.
Right.
Did Hazel, Isobtur, to your knowledge, Milford, did he have any dealings with Lord Fahar?
You don't know that.
We can ask Hazel Grill. He might know. He might know because we've given him some time to find out some information. He might have by now.
So you think head back to the bar?
Yeah, head back to the bar and see if Hazel Grill's got any information yet. Might be too early, but I can ask.
Sure.
Alright, we head back there.
Okay, so you head back to Hazeldrill's bar, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, to the Nag's Head. Okay,
Yeah.
so over in Asterion.
Asterion, yeah.
Alright. You get over there and you go through the rigmarole of getting in past the bar, the doorkeeper, and Hazeldrill invites you back upstairs again, and it's very, very quiet in here this time, and in fact, although he's actually entertaining a lady, and when you come in, he asks her very politely if she will leave, and she does, and he invites you to come and sit at his table. And he says, "So, you have news?"
Okay. You tell him. Tell him what we found out so far.
That's what you tell him everything you know?
Yep.
All right. And so just generally, what does that cover?
That covers the whole. That covers finding that this. Oh, are you with me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I bet.
Okay. Tell Hazelgrill what we know.
So we've been and spoken to Mr. Izobter. Are you aware of him?
I'm afraid I'm not aware of anyone named Izobter. Is that how you say it?
Yes.
And who is this Izobter?
Well, he's a mage from over in the Sidarhael district.
I see. So he's some form of ambassador then?
I would assume so.
I see. And what did you discover?
Well, he seems to have some sort of a laboratory that.
Thank you,
Milford,
Joshua.
You seem to have had some dealings with the place before.
It wasn't Hazelgrill that sent me that last mission, was it?
I think it was Hazeldrill that sent you over there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Any viewers that may be viewing and have watched that episode, if we're wrong, please let us know.
That's true.
All right. Okay. You remember when you sent me on that little mission to do with that area?
Ah, yes. You were to go and spy upon the mages of Sidarhael and find out what nefarious plots they were up to. Certainly were the Council of Justice Wardens are very interested in knowing some sort of dirt upon them.
Now, I'm going to need your help, Leith, in describing that room. Just shake my memory, because I'm about to try and draw the map of that room. We got to see what was in that room.
Yep.
Okay, so you're going to try and draw it out.
Yeah.
All right.
With assistance.
With assistance.
We'll do it together.
Yeah.
From memory.
All right. Okay, so we will make an intelligence check. Sound reasonable?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. All right, with advantage. Here we go.
Each, both of us together making them, or
No, because you only one of you can help the other one, and the other one gets advantage.
okay.
Okay.
And that comes to a grand total of 11. Remarkable. Okay, it's a kind of a rough map of it. Steve, Leith's not particularly happy with this map.
It's not quite right. It was, for a start, more round.
Be like that.
You get this kind of sense of that room too, that it was kind of something funny about it, like it didn't necessarily fit to Euclidean space.
It was kind of a bit bigger on the inside.
Oh, okay. You mean...
That's like Leith's best, that's his line, isn't it? I remember you saying that in the last game.
Did I?
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I just got to fit a Doctor Who reference in somewhere.
Right.
See, now you spoiled that because you mentioned Doctor Who. All right. Now, that's okay. What he said, whatever that word means, it's what he said.
It was quite a bit bigger on the inside, and there was, yes, one of those 2x2 plinths, altar. There was some sort of altar and some sort of laboratory behind the door. Can we draw the laboratory?
All right, let's give that a go. We'll roll that with advantage. Oh, 14. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, its second attempt is coming along.
Oh, you know, I forgot that was there.
Now, you do understand I know nothing of this sort of thing.
But it gives you a little bit more information about what they're up to.
He had Ghent marks on him.
Ghent marks, eh? Well,
Yeah, these ones to be precise.
Milford Brixton, you're stealing Ghent marks from the mages of Sidarhael. Now, you know that's...
Stealing, I'm just borrowing for investigative purposes.
Oh, you're going to give them back, are you, once the investigation is completed, are you?
Oh, yes, he will. Yes, absolutely.
You could
I don't
buy a
think
house...
Go after the investigation. I never listen to him.
You could buy a house in Pax Adrius for that amount.
Oh, good. But what's a guy like him doing with Ghent marks?
Well, if he's some sort of diplomat, it's not too surprising. They are a useful currency in all parts of the world.
A diplomat for who?
Well, you see, if you're not aware, Sidarhael is a city in another part of the world, on an island. It is known as the Island of Mages. You didn't know that, huh?
Do I look like a mage to you?
Tell us more.
Well, he takes out a world map. Do you have access to a world map?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, he says, well, if you look here, and his finger traces down to the Parkard Rift, and then his finger traces down past a place called Shaleku, down further to the edge of the rift, and then basically the middle of the rift and then down from it, there's an island. And on it is a city called Sidarhael.
So, what would be the connection?
Well, you see, the Sidarhael mages, the city of mages, has sent their envoy to our city, Vaingate, and they have an embassy here, which is quite a large embassy, I guess. It's called the Sidarhael Envoy, and that is the entire district that you've just been visiting in.
So you're telling me they can have Ghent marks?
Quite possibly. It's
nothing unusual about them having Ghent marks.
Not entirely unusual, no.
Did you manage to find out anything on your little trip?
My little trip?
Yes. You probably went here and there and got your people to do the thing. Have they done their thing yet?
My people, so to speak, are busy doing their thing presently.
Oh.
I'm expecting them back shortly, though.
Okay. Maybe we could have a drink to that. That stuff there would be good.
What an excellent idea, Milford. So he goes and gets the bottle, and you open it and set it up on the table, and bunk, open it up and pours out some alcohol for each of you to have a drink of.
Yep. We deserve this.
So there you go. Passes it around to each of you. And as you're drinking, the door opens. And Barry, you remember Laertes?
Yes.
Laertes comes in. He's just another elf. Not exceptionally well dressed. He's not as well dressed as Hazeldrill. He looks a little bit more of the working class, but nonetheless, he comes in and he approaches Hazeldrill and he nods to you, Milford, as he comes in, and he looks at you, Leith, and nods to you as well, and he whispers something in Hazeldrill's ear. Ah, something at last. He nods to Laertes so that he can leave, and Laertes retires from the room. Well, I do have something for us. Something indeed. So, you mentioned your friend, Lord Fahar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Fahar was indeed at the party, and he and some of his acquaintances did in fact, or should I say were in fact, seen in the Rantalon and Thrasis districts over the last 48 hours. They're generally harassing various members of the public and looking for the one known as the Bard of Vaingate, who they have not been able to locate. This has been of a considerable thorn in his side for some time now. Months, in fact, have passed since the initial song was written by the Bard of Vaingate, Fahar the Feckless, the one that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
So, I am to understand that he and his minions, you might say, have been seen in the company of your friend, Chastity, in the last few nights. What do you make of that?
Okay. What's his security like?
His security?
Do you know, by any chance?
Well, I should say it's a damn sight worse than his insecurity.
Very funny.
Worse or bitter?
Ah, yes, perhaps you're right. Better. Have another drink.
Yes.
So, you don't happen to have that kind of knowledge, do you?
Knowledge? What his security is like, yes. Let me think. Well, I know he lives in a house over in the Dundar district. He has several houses, actually, and I understand there's a palace there, too, over in Ludovar. He could be in either of those places at any given time, and he's known to throw parties, too. So what you could do is get yourself invited to one of those parties. In fact, I might be able to help you with that.
I was hoping you'd say that. Yeah. And could you possibly... Oh, no, I can solve that problem.
Oh, what's that?
No. I know the right clothes to wear. Yeah.
Very well. Well, the thing that's worth considering is, well, one of my men discovered that tell me again the name of your clients that you found on your list. Is there a man on that list named Kolfthanar or Koltham, something like that? Anyone starting with K?
No, not that I can see. Colville. There's a Colville.
A Colville. Interesting.
Colville.
Very curious. Well, one of my men has tracked down the name Kolfthan.
Colville.
Seen
One
on
word
the
or two?
two ends. What was your question?
What if it was one word or two?
Oh, one word.
One word.
Kolfthan. Kolfthann. Kolfthan. I believe it's a last name.
Maybe your name and that name got a bit confused.
Perhaps they did. And this because certainly my name should not be connected with this situation at all, should it, Milford? No doubt you're aware of that.
Definitely not.
Indeed. So this Kolfthan was seen on the street with Chastity. Seen by several witnesses coming out of the Broken Oak Tavern sometime in the period of 3 or 4 in the morning, the night before last. And from what we've been able to gather, that's been the last time anyone was to see her.
Have you, what am I going to ask? Maybe a brain freeze. Do you know where he lives by any stretch of the imagination?
Who are you talking about? This
Mr. Kolfthan.
Mr. Kolfthan. Where he lives. That, my lord, is a mystery to me presently. However, I shall attempt to track that information down for you.
Okay.
You said Rantallan.
Rantallan, yes. Yes, the vicinity of the Broken Oak Tavern.
Oh, I see.
And
But
Thrasis,
not necessarily where he lives.
not necessarily where he lives.
Now, the Broken Oak Tavern, I know that tavern, so what I want to know is the river anywhere near there?
Oh no. Out of game, you well know the river is not anywhere near there.
Okay.
It's almost the furthest place in the city from the river.
Okay.
In fact, that whole area, which is also quite close to where the actual brothel itself is quite far from the river. So to get to the river, you have to go around the citadel, through a gate, through Pax Adrius, through another gate, across the market crossing area, past the Droob, through Rivertown to get to the river. It's quite a long trip. It's like
how far is it from how far is the river from the Mages thing?
it's a little bit less, but it's a similar kind of trip.
Colfan is not a mage, is he?
You don't think so? Do you ask Hazeldrill that question?
Yeah. Hazeldrill.
Does this city have one moment have any sort of records of its citizens?
Well, yes. Each of the areas has its own.
I fill up Hazeldrill's drink.
All right. One moment. Let me just look some stuff up.
And I'll leave him one of those, one of that money.
Right.
Because he is helping and I'm paying him for it.
Well, my dear friend Leith, in answer to your question about records, each of the 3 main cities within Vaingate has a steward. There is the steward of Raxtharsis, the steward of Karkanos, and the steward of Grenaldea. Each steward supplies 3 main patrols to the Droob, totaling 9 patrols at any one time. This is more about guard patrols, honestly, but there is the Lord High Steward of Vaingate. He sits on the High Council and answers to the court and the nobles and the crown. Now, each of these different stewards has their own practices and their own jurisdiction and does things fairly much their own way because they come from different families, and these parts of the city are run by families rather than a sort of very tightly woven hierarchy or system, should we say.
Is it likely that they would have record of where people live?
They might have some loose record, but there would be a number of unfixed residences. Certainly all of the fixed residences should be on record, yes. And you would find that
a good way to try and find this Colfan?
That could be a possible way, yes. Yes.
I think we head to Raxtharsis.
All right.
Okay, this way then. Oh, and thank you very much.
Or should we go Broken Oak? It is that time of night.
Well, let's go to Broken Oak and ask the bartender if he knows this guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think Broken Oak first. It's a little bit more customary to go and ask at the local watering hole, I think.
All right. I agree.
All right. So you head to Raxtharsis.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Broken Oak.
Broken Oak.
Yep.
We're going to Broken Oak.
All right. Well, yes. So to get to the Broken Oak, you must travel through to the Raxtharsis district and blah blah blah, Thrasis, Rantalon, blah blah blah. So you eventually get to the Broken Oak Tavern, and as you approach, you can hear music from outside. It's getting quite late. The music is quite loud in the air at this point. The streets are quiet and damp from the previous rain that happened. Must have rained while you were in talking to Hazeldrill and stopped again before you left the building. You missed the whole thing. So the streets are wet, and you get to the Broken Oak and you go inside, and you don't see Oakenstaff around anywhere. The place is getting quite quiet. There's very few customers. A few dwarves sitting in the corner who seem to live here permanently. And Roland the Bard seems very, very drunk at this point.
Okay.
And he looks over. I know you. You're Milford Brixton. That's your name, isn't it? Milford Brixton.
That be right.
Let's have
Brixton, yes.
Let's have a round for Milford Brixton. And he looks around. Lydia, where's Lydia gone?
Excuse me.
I think the bartender's gone.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Have you heard of a man named? What was his name again, Leith?
Colfan. Might be his last name.
nope, never heard of him. But how about we go over here and climb over the bar and get ourselves some drinks? How about that? Come on.
No, the bartender's not
Clem's.
gonna like that.
Oh, he won't mind. I do it all the time. Don't tell him, though.
Oh,
Clem's over.
if he catches you,
Huge
you'll be
barrel
nothing
on
left of him.
It's quite big, isn't it? Can you just get that tap around the other side? Here's some cups. Mugs. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this person looks like they want one as well. Here you go. Oh, open up that tap, will you? Yes.
No, thank you.
You don't want any? Are you out of your mind? This stuff is
Ain't you supposed to be
beautiful.
a birding or something?
beautiful. Come on.
You're gonna get barred from this place, never mind barred anything else.
What are you talking about? I've got free drinks on tap. I'm the bard, you know.
Alright, I'll have one then. So you don't notice that this
There you go.
talking
Drink
about.
that.
The same to you. Anyway, I look around.
All right. Now, what are you doing? What are you asking? Who do you want to talk to?
I'm-
Colfan. Someone by the name of Colfan.
Trying to remember. Colthan. Nope. Can't think of anyone like that. You got any? Do you have a description, perhaps?
He was with, come on, Chastity.
Chastity.
Yeah,
Chastity.
he was with Chastity a couple of nights ago,
Chastity Rose?
maybe last night.
Chastity Rose.
You know Chastity,
Ooh.
everybody knew Chastity.
I think I know Chastity Rose. She's the red-headed one with the huge tracts of land.
Yeah, that's right, the one with the huge tracts of land.
Right. Well, I do remember her. She was here the other night. Yes.
Yeah.
I do remember her. Lovely
So
lass.
she may have been with a man.
Oh yes, she was with some lord, noble, something or another. Oh no, it wasn't Fahar. No, it wasn't him.
No. I'm not implying Fahar.
Oh no, you wouldn't want
I
to.
was just agreeing with you by saying aha.
Oh, aha! Aha,
Yes.
yes. Well, aha indeed, because it was not Fahar, it was aha, indeed. So, yes, I don't know the name of this lord or noble, whoever he was. He seemed quite fixated on her for a while there. I wasn't really sure what was going on there, but they seemed to be quite merry, and they were sitting over there at that table over there, you see, and they were listening and drinking a lot of wine. And she was quite inebriated, actually, quite inebriated indeed.
Could you describe perhaps what he looked like?
Oh, well, he was a human, I'm sure about that. But he might have been an elf. No, I'm pretty sure he was a human. I'm certain about that, yes. Could have been a harfork. I think he was a human. Look, you can't blame me. I was the bard that night. I was playing music and keeping the whole tavern entertained. It's my job.
And you keep and most entertainers would usually be aware of their audience.
Well, yes, they were listening carefully at times when they weren't drinking and you
Yes,
know.
but what about yourself? You should be paying attention to who those listeners are.
Are you telling me how to do my job now?
I guess I am.
Oh, well, perhaps you'd like to try it. Are you a bard as well, then? I could introduce you to some famous bards. In fact, one of my best friends, I'll have you know, is the Bard of Vaingate. Aye.
Really?
I probably shouldn't...
Has he been training you or something?
Probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
Has he been training you, this part of
Training me? Oh, training me. If anyone does any training around here, it is I that trains him. He is my protege.
Okay, then you who trains him, I want you to think back. I want you to think back to last night. I want you to think back to our dear friend. And I want you to
Milford, I feel like we're wasting our time here.
No. It was definitely a noble. And I do remember one thing that might be useful.
What's that?
What's that?
Might be two things, actually.
Oh.
First of all, he had a tab. So when you can find Lydia or you can find Oakenstaff, you can find out perhaps what his real name was, because I'm pretty sure he had a tab at the bar. And secondly, he had a crest on him.
What was the crest?
What was the crest indeed? Well, and he describes the crest, and it was a green crest of one of the noble houses, which, in fact, Milford, you want to make a... We're going to make you a check. It'll be a history check. Oh, abysmal. 5. Okay, never mind.
Me to do the throwing? Because you suck.
It's the computer. It's not my fault, it's the computer doing it.
I bet your mind won't do that to me.
Alright, Leith, do you want to make a history check?
A history check?
Yep.
Yep. That is 11.
11. Okay, yours is not much greater. Alright.
I did, and I got a natural 20.
You did? Wow.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll take your natural 20, seeing as you actually rolled it. Alright. You know... You recognize it as one of the noble houses of Vaingate. You don't know... You can assume the name is Kelthan, because that's the name that he was going by.
Okay. Oh my God. That's one of the noble houses of Vaingate.
And you will know that house is connected to the House of Muldrea as one of their vanguard houses, i.e. One of the houses that has sworn allegiance to the royal family, who are the Muldreans.
I tell you all this, Leith.
Okay. So, we need to go back to Karkanos and go and question this Kelthan at House Muldrea.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of a problem for me.
Everything's a little bit of a problem for you.
Yes, I know, and a poor girl dying.
So out of game, how is everybody doing for time at this point? Just I'm curious. I mean, if you're
I'm okay for time. I do have work tomorrow, and feeling a little bit just tired at the moment. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you wanna wind it down around about here?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. What?
So we had some very nice comments on our stream tonight.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
thank you guys. Yep. I think it was Joshua said that it was a great stream and campaign. Thank you guys. Game Mommy is saying that I'm old school. I don't do tech. What else did we get? Thanks for the stream. Yeah, lots of cool stuff. I don't know whether we got any extra followers tonight or not, but we definitely had a fun game, I reckon.
Yeah, that was good.
I reckon.
Did we make any money for the charity?
I don't know about that. I can check.
Yeah.
We probably didn't, but we tried.
No, it's not.
Let's see.
It's not 4 o'clock, honey.
Did we?
What time is it?
The time is 11:14.
11:14, huh?
Yes.
Let's see. Well, we had a Matthew a few days ago donated another $10.
Okay.
So that was cool, but not tonight. That's all right. We can keep trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good.
We can keep trying.
Yep, for sure. So yeah, we had a pretty good all over stream. If you're wrapping it up, says the Game Mommy, I'm calling dibs on you on Discord. I may have an idea on how to boost your charity. Okay, cool. I'll have a chat to you then. I'll get on Discord and we can have a talk. Sounds cool. That's the Game Mommy. She also has a stream, by the way, guys. You guys might want to subscribe or check out.
Okay.
She does some cool stuff. You can find her in the chat and click on her name, and she's been very supportive and helpful so far, and I really appreciate a lot of the ideas that she's had. So yeah.
Okay.
And she's listened to me talk an awful lot of drivel over the last few weeks. So yeah, cool. So thank you guys. Perhaps we should catch up and have a debriefing upon the morrow, if you have time.
I've got work.
You got
tomorrow.
work? Okay.
But maybe Friday.
Friday, cool. I mean,
You're
tell you
doing
what.
your thing on Friday.
Oh yeah, Friday. I've got. Well, during the day I might have some time. Maybe in the morning. Otherwise, well, Saturday I'm going away. Hang on, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna stop the stream and then I'll come back and I'll meet you on Discord, Game Mommy, and we can have a chat. But I'll just spend 5 minutes with these guys now that we're wrapping up. All right. So let me quit the stream. Stop streaming.